During the years of the Second World War, Auschwitz was one of the most tightly controlled camp systems in Nazi-occupied Europe. Guard towers surrounded the compound. Electrified fences marked its boundaries. Armed patrols moved along the perimeter day and night. The system was designed to make escape almost impossible. And yet, some prisoners still tried. Inside the camp, thousands of people lived under strict rules and constant surveillance. Every movement was watched. Every absence was noticed. Leaving the camp without permission meant facing enormous danger, both inside the fences and beyond them. Still, across the years of Auschwitz's operation, a number of prisoners made the decision to attempt escape. Some planned carefully for months. Others acted in sudden moments of opportunity. A few managed to reach the outside world and carry news of what was happening inside the camp. Most attempts failed. Some ended quickly within the camp itself. But each attempt reveals something important about life inside Auschwitz, about the risks prisoners took, the networks of cooperation that sometimes formed, and the determination of individuals who believed that escape might still be possible. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The structure of a camp designed to prevent escape. Before understanding how prisoners attempted to escape from Auschwitz, it is important to first understand the physical environment in which they were held. Auschwitz was not a single, isolated prison building. It was a large and expanding complex of camps, roads, rail lines, fences, guard towers, and administrative zones spread across the countryside near the town of Auschwitz in occupied Poland. The system grew gradually after its establishment in 1940, eventually forming one of the largest camp complexes operated by Nazi Germany. At its center stood Auschwitz-I, the original camp built within former Polish army barracks. Later, additional camps were constructed nearby, including the vast Birkenau complex and numerous smaller subcamps connected to industrial sites and labor projects. Together, these locations formed a network that stretched across a wide area of land. Within this environment, the SS administration designed the camps with strict security in mind. High fences surrounded the compounds, often consisting of multiple layers of barbed wire supported by rows of wooden posts. Many of these fences were electrified, carrying high-voltage currents intended to prevent prisoners from approaching them. Between the fences ran narrow patrol paths where guards walked or where vehicles could move during inspections. At regular intervals, tall wooden watchtowers rose above the perimeter. From these towers, armed guards observed the campgrounds through binoculars and maintained constant surveillance over the areas inside the fences. Powerful lights illuminated the perimeter at night, casting long beams across the barbed wire and the surrounding ground. The result was a landscape that was both physically enclosed and constantly monitored. Inside the camp itself, the arrangement of buildings further reinforced this control. Barracks stood in organized rows separated by gravel paths and internal roads. These roads allowed guards and administrative staff to move quickly between different sections of the camp. Prisoners lived in crowded wooden or brick barracks that were assigned to specific groups or categories of inmates. Every movement within the camp followed strict routines, including roll calls that were conducted each morning and evening. During these roll calls, prisoners were required to stand in formation while guards counted them to ensure that no one was missing. The system meant that even a single absence would be noticed almost immediately. This combination of electrified fencing, watchtowers, patrols, and strict daily accounting was designed to make escape extremely difficult. From the perspective of the camp authorities, Auschwitz was intended to function as a closed environment where prisoners remained under constant observation. Yet, despite these measures, the idea of escape still existed in the minds of some prisoners. For individuals living within this controlled system, the possibility of leaving the camp, even if extremely dangerous, remained a powerful thought. The geography surrounding Auschwitz also played an important role in the security of the camp. The complex stood in a region of southern Poland where railway lines, industrial facilities, and small villages formed part of the surrounding landscape. Roads connected the area to nearby towns, while railways linked the camp region with other parts of occupied Europe. For prisoners considering escape, this environment presented both challenges and possibilities. On one hand, leaving the camp meant entering unfamiliar territory where German patrols, police forces, and collaborators might be encountered. On the other hand, the surrounding countryside also contained forests, rivers, and rural settlements where a person might attempt to hide or seek assistance. The camp authorities were aware of these possibilities, and they therefore extended their security measures beyond the fences themselves. Patrols monitored areas near the camp perimeter, and local populations were often warned that assisting escaped prisoners could bring severe punishment. Notices were distributed in nearby communities stating that anyone who helped an escaped prisoner could face imprisonment or execution. These warnings were intended to discourage local residents from offering shelter or food to anyone fleeing the camp. Inside Auschwitz, the SS administration also relied on prisoner functionaries to help maintain control. Certain prisoners were assigned supervisory roles within barracks or work groups, acting as intermediaries between the guards and the general prisoner population. These individuals were responsible for reporting irregularities and ensuring that camp regulations were followed during daily activities. Because of this system, planning an escape required extreme secrecy. Even discussing the possibility with the wrong person could lead to punishment or immediate arrest. Prisoners therefore had to weigh the risks carefully before attempting to act. Despite the heavy security, a number of prisoners continued to observe the routines of the camp and the behavior of the guards. Over time, they noticed patterns in patrol schedules, work assignments, and the movements of personnel within the campgrounds. These observations sometimes became the first step in imagining how an escape might be attempted. Yet, even with careful planning, the obstacles remained enormous. The electrified fences, the armed watchtowers, and the daily roll calls meant that any attempt to leave the camp required both opportunity and courage. The environment had been designed to discourage even the thought of escape. But for some prisoners, the determination to try remained stronger than the fear of failure. Chapter 1, Segment 2: Surveillance and Control Inside the Camp. Life inside Auschwitz was organized in a way that allowed the camp administration to observe and control nearly every movement of the prisoner population. The physical barriers surrounding the camp were only one part of this system. Equally important were the routines that governed daily life within the fences. From the moment prisoners woke before dawn until the final evening roll call, their movements followed a strict schedule set by the SS authorities. These routines served practical purposes related to labor and administration, but they also functioned as a method of surveillance. Every prisoner had a place where they were expected to be at certain times of the day, and deviations from these routines were quickly noticed. The day usually began early in the morning when prisoners were ordered out of their barracks and assembled for roll call in the open areas between the rows of buildings. These roll calls could last for long periods as guards counted the prisoners repeatedly to ensure that the numbers matched the camp records. The counting process itself created an atmosphere where absence could not easily go unnoticed. If even one person was missing, the entire group might be forced to stand outside until the discrepancy was explained. After roll call, prisoners were assigned to work details that took them to different areas of the camp or to labor sites outside the immediate compound. Some worked within the camp in kitchens, workshops, or storage buildings, while others were sent to nearby industrial sites, construction projects, or agricultural fields. These work details were supervised by guards or by prisoner functionaries who were responsible for maintaining order. Movement between these locations followed defined routes through the camp, often along gravel roads or paths that were visible from watchtowers. The design of the camp meant that groups of prisoners rarely moved independently. Instead, they traveled together under supervision, making it difficult for an individual to separate from the group without being noticed. Even within the barracks themselves, the structure of daily life discouraged secrecy. The buildings were crowded, with prisoners sleeping in close quarters and sharing limited space. Conversations could be overheard, and private moments were rare. For someone considering escape, this environment created an additional challenge. Planning required careful judgment about whom to trust and when to speak about such dangerous ideas. The risk of being reported by another prisoner or overheard by guards was always present. In this way, the daily routines of Auschwitz reinforced the physical security measures of the camp. Surveillance was not only carried out from watchtowers or patrol paths, it was embedded within the structure of everyday life inside the camp. Despite this constant monitoring, prisoners still observed the patterns that governed the behavior of guards and the rhythm of activities within the camp. Over time, many prisoners became familiar with the timing of patrols, the schedules of work details, and the locations where supervision was stronger or weaker. These observations did not immediately lead to escape attempts, but they formed the background knowledge that would later influence some of the plans made by prisoners who hoped to flee. In certain work assignments, prisoners were occasionally allowed to move beyond the immediate barracks sectors and into areas closer to the outer fences or to labor sites outside the central camp. For example, construction crews and agricultural work groups sometimes worked in areas where the perimeter of the camp was visible from a distance. Although guards remained present, these assignments offered glimpses of the landscape beyond the fences: fields, roads, forests, and villages that lay outside the controlled environment of Auschwitz. Seeing these places could remind prisoners that another world still existed beyond the barbed wire. At the same time, the guards themselves followed routines that became recognizable over time. Watchtower shifts changed according to schedules, and patrols often followed the same paths along the perimeter fences. Although the system was designed to prevent escape, no system could eliminate routine entirely. For prisoners who studied these patterns carefully, even small details could become important. The distance between towers, the timing of guard movements, and the locations where lights illuminated the fences at night all became pieces of information that might one day prove useful. Still, the dangers remained enormous. Any attempt to approach the fences risked immediate gunfire from the towers. Guards were instructed to shoot prisoners who tried to escape, and warning signs posted around the camp made this policy clear. Even if someone managed to pass the electrified barriers, they would still face the challenge of navigating the surrounding countryside while avoiding patrols and checkpoints. Because of these risks, many prisoners never considered escape at all. Survival from day to day was already uncertain, and the punishment for failed attempts could be severe. Yet for others, the possibility of escape continued to exist as a distant idea, something that might become possible if the right opportunity appeared. Over time, these ideas would slowly evolve into plans. And from those plans, some of the most remarkable escape attempts in the history of Auschwitz would begin. Chapter 1, Segment 3. The First Thoughts of Escape. Within the highly controlled environment of Auschwitz, the idea of escape was both dangerous and difficult to imagine. The fences, watchtowers, and armed patrols surrounding the camp created a physical barrier that seemed almost impossible to cross. Yet beyond the visible structures of security, there also existed the psychological weight of imprisonment. Prisoners lived under constant pressure, facing strict rules, exhausting labor, and an atmosphere of uncertainty about the future. For many individuals, survival depended on focusing on the immediate demands of daily life, standing through roll calls, completing assigned work, and finding ways to endure the conditions inside the barracks. In such circumstances, the thought of escape required not only courage but also the willingness to take extraordinary risks. Still, even within this environment, some prisoners began to think about the possibility of leaving the camp. These early thoughts often emerged quietly and cautiously, shared only with people who had earned deep trust. Conversations about escape rarely happened openly. Instead, they might begin with small observations about the camp's layout, the timing of guard patrols, or the movements of work groups beyond the barrack sectors. Prisoners who worked in certain assignments sometimes had opportunities to see areas of the camp that others never visited. Construction crews, warehouse workers, and prisoners assigned to agricultural details occasionally moved through locations closer to the perimeter fences or beyond the central campgrounds. These experiences allowed them to study the environment more closely. Over time, these observations created a mental map of the camp and its surroundings. Prisoners noticed where the fences changed direction, where guard towers stood, and how far certain work sites were from the main barracks sectors. They also observed the behavior of guards, how they walked their patrol routes, how often shifts changed, and where lighting illuminated the camp at night. None of these details immediately created a clear path to escape, but they provided information that might one day become useful. For prisoners who quietly discussed the possibility of escape, gathering such information became the first stage of planning. Even so, the risks were enormous. The camp authorities had established strict punishments for escape attempts or for assisting anyone who tried to flee. If a prisoner was caught attempting to escape, severe consequences often followed. In some cases, the punishment extended beyond the individual who attempted to flee, affecting other prisoners within the same barracks or work group. Because of this, prisoners who considered escape had to weigh their own hopes against the possible consequences for others. The decision to attempt escape was therefore never simple. It required careful thought, patience, and a willingness to accept the dangers that might follow. As time passed, small groups of prisoners began quietly exchanging ideas about how an escape might be possible. These conversations often took place in the limited moments of privacy that existed within the crowded environment of the camp. Sometimes discussions occurred during work assignments when prisoners were briefly out of direct earshot of guards. At other times, they happened late at night inside barracks when exhaustion had finally brought silence to the room and whispers could pass between bunks. In these moments, prisoners considered questions that might once have seemed impossible. How could someone move close enough to the fences without attracting attention? Was it possible to leave the camp during a work assignment outside the main compound? Could disguises or stolen clothing help someone blend into the surrounding countryside? Each question led to further speculation and observation. Prisoners began watching not only the guards but also the routines of the camp itself. They noticed how vehicles entered and left through the camp gates, how work groups formed and dispersed, and how supplies were transported across the grounds. These details gradually shaped the earliest escape plans. Yet, even as these ideas developed, the reality of the camp's security system remained overwhelming. The electrified fences alone created a barrier that seemed almost impossible to cross without detection. Guards in the watchtowers were instructed to fire upon prisoners who approached the perimeter, and searchlights illuminated large sections of the fence at night. Beyond the fences lay another layer of danger. Escaping prisoners would need to navigate the surrounding countryside without identification papers, without reliable food supplies, and without knowing whether the local population could safely offer assistance. The countryside itself was under occupation, with patrols, checkpoints, and railway stations monitored by German authorities. Any unfamiliar traveler could attract suspicion. Because of these obstacles, escape required not only a way out of the camp but also a plan for survival afterward. Despite these difficulties, the idea of escape continued to exist within the prisoner community. Some individuals believed that even a small chance of freedom was worth the risk. Others hoped that reaching the outside world might allow them to tell others what was happening inside Auschwitz. These motivations varied from person to person, but they shared one common element: the determination to challenge the system that had been designed to keep them imprisoned. Over time, a small number of prisoners would turn these early discussions into real attempts to leave the camp. Their stories would become some of the most remarkable episodes in the history of Auschwitz. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The First Escape Attempts. During the early years of Auschwitz, the idea of escaping the camp slowly began to move from quiet discussion into real attempts. In 1940 and 1941, the camp was still developing into the large complex it would later become. At that time, Auschwitz-I, the original camp built within former Polish army barracks, held a prisoner population that included many Polish political prisoners, resistance members, and individuals arrested by the German occupation authorities. These prisoners brought with them experiences from the outside world, including connections to underground networks and resistance movements that were already forming across occupied Poland. Some of them had been soldiers or members of political organizations before their arrest, and they possessed a strong understanding of the risks involved in resistance activity. Within the camp, these individuals often became the first to consider the possibility of escape not only as a means of personal survival but also as a way to deliver information about what was happening inside Auschwitz. At that time, the outside world still knew very little about the camp. News traveled slowly through occupied territories, and rumors about the conditions inside were often incomplete or uncertain. For prisoners who had witnessed the harsh discipline, forced labor, and expanding scale of the camp system, the idea of reaching the outside world carried a sense of urgency. If someone could successfully leave the camp and reach a city where resistance organizations were active, they might be able to report what they had seen. This motivation added another dimension to the idea of escape. It was not only about freedom but also about communication. Yet the obstacles were immense. Even in the early years of the camp, the security system was strict. Electrified fences surrounded the main compound, and armed guards watched the perimeter from tall wooden towers. Patrols moved along the fences both day and night, and prisoners working inside the camp remained under supervision at all times. Still, the early period of the camp's existence presented a few circumstances that later became much harder to find. The prisoner population was smaller than it would later become, and the camp authorities were still adjusting their security routines as the camp expanded. Some prisoners noticed that work assignments occasionally brought them close to areas of the camp where supervision was less intense than inside the central barracks sectors. Construction projects and labor tasks sometimes took place near the outer edges of the campgrounds. These locations allowed prisoners to study the terrain beyond the fences and observe the routes that led toward nearby villages, forests, and roads. Prisoners assigned to these work details began quietly discussing whether such locations might offer opportunities for escape. The conversations were cautious. Trust was essential, and prisoners had to be certain that the people they spoke with would not reveal their intentions to guards or to prisoner functionaries who reported to the SS administration. Despite these dangers, a small number of individuals eventually decided that attempting escape was worth the risk. Their plans were often simple, relying on moments of opportunity rather than complex preparations. Some hoped to slip away during work assignments outside the central camp compound. Others studied the possibility of crossing the perimeter fences at night when darkness might reduce the visibility from watchtowers. None of these plans guaranteed success, and everyone involved understood the potential consequences of failure. The camp authorities had already established harsh punishments for escape attempts. Prisoners caught trying to flee could face severe reprisals, and in some cases other prisoners were also punished in response to an escape attempt. Even so, the determination to try remained strong for a few individuals who believed that remaining inside the camp offered little hope. These early attempts would soon become the first recorded escape efforts in the history of Auschwitz. The first successful escape from Auschwitz took place only a few months after the camp began operating. On June 20, 1940, two Polish prisoners, Tadeusz Wijowski and Eugeniusz Bendera, managed to leave the camp with the assistance of Polish civilian workers who had access to the area during construction work. Their escape demonstrated that even a heavily guarded camp could contain moments of vulnerability. According to historical accounts, the two men were able to leave the compound disguised in clothing that helped them blend in with civilian workers departing from the site. Because civilian workers sometimes entered and exited the camp area during construction projects, their presence created a rare opportunity. By taking advantage of this situation, the escapees managed to pass beyond the immediate perimeter and reach the surrounding countryside. Their escape quickly alerted the camp authorities to the possibility that prisoners might attempt to flee with outside assistance. In response, the SS administration strengthened security procedures. Civilian workers entering the camp were monitored more closely, and regulations governing movement near the camp gates became stricter. The authorities also increased punishments for prisoners suspected of involvement in escape attempts. Despite these measures, the example of the first successful escape spread quietly among prisoners. News traveled through whispered conversations in barracks and during work assignments. For many prisoners, the escape proved that leaving the camp was not entirely impossible. At the same time, it also revealed the dangers that followed. When an escape occurred, the camp authorities often responded with severe reprisals intended to discourage future attempts. Prisoners remaining in the camp sometimes faced collective punishments during investigations that followed an escape. Roll calls could last for many hours while guards searched for missing individuals and questioned prisoners about possible accomplices. These reactions were designed to create fear within the prisoner population and to make anyone considering escape think carefully about the consequences. Even so, the example of early escapes continued to influence the thinking of prisoners who believed that reaching the outside world might still be possible. Over time, more individuals began studying the camp's routines and the behavior of guards with the hope of identifying weaknesses in the security system. Some prisoners formed small groups to exchange information about the camp's layout and the surrounding countryside. Others began to observe the patterns of work assignments that occasionally brought prisoners closer to the outer edges of the compound. These observations gradually formed the foundation for more carefully planned escape attempts. Yet every step required caution. A single mistake or a careless conversation could expose the plan and lead to punishment before the attempt even began. The prisoners who studied the possibility of escape therefore moved slowly and quietly, gathering knowledge over weeks and months. As the camp continued to expand, the security measures surrounding it would grow even stronger. But during these early years, the first escape attempts had already begun to reveal both the dangers and the possibilities that lay beyond the fences of Auschwitz. Chapter 2, Segment 2. Planning an Escape Inside Auschwitz. As the first escape attempts from Auschwitz became known among prisoners, the idea of leaving the camp began to shift from a distant possibility into something that some individuals actively considered. These early examples showed that the security system, while extremely strict, was not completely invulnerable. Yet every prisoner also understood that the success of an escape depended on careful planning and patience. Within the controlled environment of the camp, gathering information was the first and most important step. Prisoners who thought about escape began by studying the routines that shaped daily life inside Auschwitz. The camp followed a strict rhythm that repeated itself day after day. Roll calls were held in the morning and evening. Work groups moved through the gates toward labor sites or across the internal roads of the camp. Guards rotated their positions in watchtowers according to schedules that gradually became familiar to prisoners who paid close attention. By observing these patterns over time, some prisoners began to notice small details that might eventually prove useful. For example, work assignments sometimes placed prisoners in areas closer to the outer fences than the central barracks sectors. Construction projects, agricultural work details, and maintenance tasks occasionally required prisoners to move near sections of the perimeter where the surrounding countryside was visible beyond the barbed wire. From these positions, prisoners could see roads, tree lines, and fields stretching away from the camp. These glimpses of the outside world reminded them that beyond the fences there were villages, forests, and railways that connected to larger towns. For someone hoping to escape, understanding the landscape beyond the camp was just as important as understanding the security system inside it. Prisoners began quietly sharing information about these observations with people they trusted. Such conversations were never casual. Speaking openly about escape was extremely dangerous. Informers existed within the camp, and prisoner functionaries who worked with the SS authorities sometimes reported suspicious behavior. Because of this, trust became the foundation of every escape plan. Prisoners often discussed the possibility only with a single partner or with a very small group of individuals who had proven their reliability over time. These conversations usually took place during moments when guards were less likely to overhear them, during certain work assignments, during brief periods of rest, or late at night inside the barracks when exhaustion had quieted the room. Even then, discussions were cautious. Rather than immediately forming a detailed plan, prisoners first exchanged ideas about what might be possible. Some wondered whether disguises could allow them to move through areas of the camp where guards expected to see certain types of workers. Others studied the possibility of leaving during a work detail outside the central compound where supervision might be less intense. In each case, the discussion returned to the same question: how could someone leave the camp without being immediately detected? The answer was never simple. Every plan had to account for the electrified fences, the watchtowers, the guard patrols, and the strict counting procedures that took place during roll calls. If a prisoner disappeared during the day, the absence would quickly become obvious. Even if someone managed to slip away, the surrounding countryside still presented dangers. Patrols and checkpoints existed along roads and railway lines, and local residents might hesitate to help an escaped prisoner because of the severe punishments threatened by the German authorities. Planning, therefore, required thinking far beyond the moment of leaving the camp. Prisoners also had to imagine how they would travel, where they might hide, and who might offer assistance once they were outside the fences. These considerations meant that escape plans often developed slowly. Weeks or months could pass while prisoners gathered information and waited for an opportunity that seemed realistic enough to attempt. Another important element of escape planning involved understanding the behavior of guards and the organization of the camp's security system. The watchtowers surrounding Auschwitz were positioned so that guards could observe large sections of the perimeter fences. From these elevated positions, they had clear views of the ground between the fence lines and the areas immediately inside the camp. At night, powerful searchlights illuminated parts of the perimeter, creating bright zones where any movement would be visible. However, even such a system relied on human routines. Guards worked in shifts, and these shifts changed at regular intervals. Prisoners who worked outdoors sometimes noticed when a new guard arrived at a tower or when patrols passed along certain paths near the fences. Over time, these observations helped prisoners understand when the perimeter was most closely watched and when small gaps in attention might appear. Still, approaching the fence was one of the most dangerous actions a prisoner could attempt. Guards had orders to shoot anyone who tried to cross the perimeter, and warning signs posted around the camp made this policy clear. For this reason, many escape plans focused on leaving the camp through other means rather than attempting to cross the fence directly. Some prisoners considered the possibility of disguising themselves as workers or guards in order to move through controlled areas of the camp. Others studied whether it might be possible to leave during transport operations or work details that involved vehicles or equipment moving in and out of certain gates. These ideas required careful preparation. Clothing had to be obtained, documents sometimes needed to be forged or stolen, and the timing of the escape had to coincide with moments when supervision was reduced. In addition to planning the escape itself, prisoners also thought about the journey that would follow. Escaping from Auschwitz was only the beginning of a much longer challenge. Without proper clothing, identification papers, or food supplies, surviving outside the camp required both resourcefulness and luck. Some prisoners hoped to reach cities where resistance movements were active. Others planned to travel through forests or rural areas where they might avoid major roads and patrol routes. Knowledge of the surrounding region, therefore, became extremely valuable. Prisoners who had lived in nearby areas before their arrest sometimes shared what they knew about the geography of southern Poland, including the locations of rivers, railways, and villages. This information helped potential escapees imagine routes that might lead them away from the camp. Yet, even with careful planning, every escape attempt carried enormous risks. A single mistake could lead to capture within minutes. And when prisoners were caught attempting to escape, the consequences were often severe. Despite these dangers, the determination to try remained alive among a small number of prisoners. Their plans continued to develop quietly within the crowded barracks and work groups of Auschwitz. Over time, some of these plans would evolve into real attempts, moments when prisoners finally decided to test whether the system surrounding them could be overcome. Chapter 2, Segment 3. The Risks and Consequences of Escape. For prisoners inside Auschwitz, the idea of escape carried a powerful sense of possibility, but it was always accompanied by the knowledge that failure could bring severe consequences. The camp authorities treated escape attempts as one of the most serious violations of camp rules. From the perspective of the SS administration, the entire security structure of Auschwitz depended on preventing prisoners from leaving the camp and reaching the outside world. If escapes became frequent or successful, the existence of the camp and the activities taking place there could become widely known beyond the boundaries of occupied Poland. Because of this, the authorities responded to escape attempts with strict punishments designed to discourage others from trying. When a prisoner attempted to escape and was captured, the immediate response often involved interrogation and confinement. Guards and camp officials attempted to determine whether the escape had been planned alone or whether other prisoners had assisted in the effort. In many cases, investigators searched for accomplices among the prisoner population. These investigations sometimes extended beyond the individual who had attempted to flee. Prisoners who lived in the same barracks or who worked in the same labor detail might be questioned about what they had seen or heard. This created an atmosphere in which the actions of one individual could affect many others. In some instances, the camp authorities imposed collective punishments following an escape attempt. Entire barracks groups might be forced to remain standing during prolonged roll calls, while guards searched the campgrounds and attempted to locate the missing prisoner. These roll calls could last for many hours, sometimes continuing into the night or early morning. Prisoners were required to remain in formation regardless of weather conditions, whether standing under rain, snow, or cold winds. The purpose of these punishments was not only to locate the missing individual, but also to create a visible reminder of the consequences that could follow an escape attempt. Even when an escape attempt ended quickly with the capture of the prisoner, the response from the authorities often extended beyond the immediate situation. Camp officials sometimes ordered additional security measures after an escape attempt, including increased patrols, stricter monitoring of work assignments, and more frequent inspections of barracks areas. Guards and watchtowers were reminded of their responsibility to observe the perimeter closely, and searchlights were sometimes adjusted to illuminate areas that had previously been darker during the night. These reactions reinforced the message that the camp administration intended to maintain complete control over the prisoner population. Yet, despite these measures, the possibility of escape continued to occupy the thoughts of some prisoners. The harsh response to escape attempts did not eliminate the desire for freedom. Instead, it made the decision to attempt escape even more serious. Prisoners who considered such plans understood that failure could affect not only themselves but also the people around them. This awareness forced them to think carefully about the risks before taking any action. For some individuals, the danger was too great to consider. But for others, the chance of reaching the outside world, even with the possibility of punishment, remained stronger than the fear of consequences. Within the crowded barracks and work details of Auschwitz, these thoughts continued to circulate quietly among small groups of prisoners who believed that escape might still be possible. Another important factor that influenced escape attempts was the response of the surrounding environment outside the camp. Even if a prisoner succeeded in leaving the fences of Auschwitz, the journey that followed was extremely dangerous. The region around the camp was under German occupation, and the authorities had established systems of control that extended across towns, villages, and transportation networks. Railway stations, major roads, and bridges were monitored by police forces and military patrols. Anyone traveling without identification papers could attract immediate suspicion. For escaped prisoners, the lack of proper documents created one of the most serious challenges. Without papers confirming their identity and place of residence, moving through populated areas became risky. For this reason, many escape plans involved traveling at night or avoiding main roads whenever possible. Forests, fields, and rural paths sometimes offered safer routes than towns or highways. However, traveling through such areas also required knowledge of the terrain. A person unfamiliar with the local geography could easily become lost or exhausted after long hours of walking. Weather conditions added another difficulty. Escaped prisoners often left the camp with limited clothing and little access to food or water. Surviving outside the camp, therefore, required endurance as well as careful planning. The attitudes of local residents also played an important role. Some people living in nearby communities were willing to help escaped prisoners by providing shelter, food, or directions. Others were afraid of the severe punishments threatened by the German authorities for anyone who assisted an escapee. Posters and announcements distributed by the occupation administration warned that aiding escaped prisoners could lead to imprisonment or execution. These warnings created an atmosphere of fear that made it difficult for local residents to decide whether helping someone in need was worth the risk. For prisoners planning an escape, this uncertainty meant that they could not rely on assistance once they left the camp. Some hoped to reach cities where underground resistance networks were active. In those places, there was a greater chance of finding individuals who were already involved in opposing the occupation. Others aimed to reach distant regions where they might blend into the population more easily. These plans required careful navigation across large distances while avoiding patrols and checkpoints. Despite these enormous challenges, a number of prisoners continued to attempt escape from Auschwitz. Their motivations varied. Some hoped simply to survive outside the camp. Others wanted to carry information about the camp's conditions to the outside world. Still others believed that escaping might allow them to join resistance movements fighting against the occupation. Whatever their reasons, the individuals who attempted escape knew that success was uncertain and that failure could bring severe consequences. Yet the very existence of these attempts revealed something important about the human spirit within the camp. Even in an environment designed to control every movement, the determination to seek freedom remained present. And in the years that followed, some of these escape attempts would succeed in reaching the outside world, carrying with them stories that would eventually become part of the historical record of Auschwitz. Chapter 3, Segment 1. The First Successful Escapes. As the early months of Auschwitz unfolded in 1940 and 1941, the camp authorities were still shaping the structure that would later become one of the most tightly controlled camp systems in occupied Europe. The physical barriers were already formidable, with electrified fences surrounding the compound and watchtowers overlooking the perimeter. Guards patrolled the grounds, and the daily routines of the prisoners were carefully monitored. Yet during these early stages, the camp was still developing. Construction work continued, new sections were being added, and civilian workers sometimes entered the camp area to assist with building projects. These circumstances created small moments of movement that were not entirely under the same level of rigid control that would later define Auschwitz. Within this environment, the first successful escapes began to occur. One of the earliest known successful escapes took place on June 20, 1940, only a short time after the camp had begun operating. Two Polish prisoners, Tadeusz Wijowski and Eugeniusz Bendera, managed to leave the camp with the help of Polish civilian workers who had access to the construction areas inside the compound. According to historical accounts, Bendera had been assigned to work in the motor pool, a location where vehicles were repaired and maintained. This work assignment allowed him to observe the movement of vehicles and workers entering and leaving the camp. Civilian workers were occasionally permitted to move between the camp construction sites and the outside area during their duties. Because of this, they sometimes passed through security checkpoints under conditions that differed from the strict supervision applied to prisoners. Bendera recognized that this situation might offer a rare opportunity. Working together with the civilian laborers, the two prisoners arranged a plan that relied on disguise and timing. At the appropriate moment, they obtained civilian clothing and used it to blend in with the group of workers leaving the campgrounds. Their escape depended not on crossing the electrified fences or running through the guarded perimeter, but on moving through the system in a way that appeared ordinary. By walking out with the civilian workers, they avoided drawing immediate attention from guards who expected to see construction crews leaving at the end of their work period. Once outside the immediate perimeter of the camp, the two men separated from the group and moved into the surrounding countryside. Their escape demonstrated that even within a heavily guarded camp, certain forms of movement created opportunities that could be exploited by prisoners who carefully studied the routines of the environment around them. However, the success of this escape also triggered an immediate reaction from the camp authorities. The SS administration quickly recognized that the presence of civilian workers inside the camp created potential vulnerabilities. As a result, new regulations were introduced to tighten security. Civilian laborers were subjected to stricter supervision, and the movement of people entering or leaving the camp became more carefully controlled. For the prisoners remaining inside Auschwitz, the escape of Wijowski and Bendera became an important moment. News of their success spread quietly through conversations in barracks and work groups. For many prisoners, the story served as proof that escape was not completely impossible. At the same time, the harsh response from the authorities reminded everyone that such attempts carried enormous risks. Even so, the example of the first successful escape continued to influence the thinking of prisoners who believed that reaching the outside world might still be possible. Following the first successful escape, the atmosphere inside Auschwitz changed in noticeable ways. The camp authorities became more cautious about the potential for prisoners to exploit gaps in the security system. Guards were instructed to monitor interactions between prisoners and civilian workers more closely, and new procedures were introduced to ensure that construction crews were counted and inspected when they entered or left the camp area. Vehicles moving in and out of the compound were also examined more carefully. These adjustments reflected the administration's determination to prevent future escapes using similar methods. Despite these changes, the story of the early escape continued to circulate among prisoners. Inside the barracks and during work assignments, individuals quietly discussed how the two men had managed to leave the camp. Each detail of the escape became part of a larger conversation about what might be possible under the right circumstances. Some prisoners focused on the role of disguise, recognizing that blending into a group expected to move through the camp gates had allowed the escapees to avoid suspicion. Others examined the importance of work assignments that placed prisoners near areas of movement between the camp and the outside world. Over time, these discussions contributed to a growing understanding of the camp's routines. Prisoners began to study the patterns of activity around the gates, workshops, and storage areas where supplies and equipment were transported. In some cases, prisoners working in these locations had brief opportunities to observe how guards inspected vehicles or how civilian workers were counted before leaving the camp. Each observation added another small piece to the knowledge that prisoners shared quietly among trusted companions. At the same time, the dangers of escape became even more apparent. The camp authorities responded to the first escape with increased punishments and stricter discipline. Prisoners suspected of involvement in escape attempts could face severe consequences, and entire barracks groups sometimes experienced prolonged roll calls or other punishments following escape incidents. These measures were intended to discourage prisoners from attempting similar actions in the future. Yet the opposite effect sometimes occurred. For some prisoners, the harsh conditions of life inside the camp made the risk of escape seem worth taking. Remaining inside Auschwitz meant enduring forced labor, strict discipline, and constant uncertainty about the future. The possibility of leaving the camp, even with the risk of capture, offered a different path. As a result, the example of the first successful escape did not end the discussion of escape plans. Instead, it inspired new ideas and new attempts. In the months and years that followed, other prisoners would attempt to leave the camp using a variety of methods. Some of these attempts would fail, while others would succeed in reaching the outside world. Each escape added to the growing body of stories that revealed how prisoners struggled to overcome the system designed to keep them imprisoned. And with every attempt, the history of escape from Auschwitz continued to evolve. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Organized Escape Plans. As the months passed after the earliest escape attempts from Auschwitz, prisoners inside the camp began to understand that leaving the camp would require more than a sudden moment of opportunity. The increasing security measures introduced by the camp authorities made spontaneous escapes more difficult. Guards watched the gates more carefully, interactions with civilian workers were monitored more closely, and patrol routines around the perimeter fences were reinforced. These changes meant that any prisoner hoping to escape would need to think far beyond a simple dash toward the outside world. Instead, escape attempts gradually became more organized. Small groups of prisoners began quietly forming plans that involved careful observation, cooperation, and patience. These groups often consisted of individuals who had built trust with one another over time. Trust was essential in an environment where informers could exist and where even casual conversations could be overheard. Prisoners therefore spoke cautiously about escape and often limited their plans to only a few participants. Within these small circles, discussions focused on understanding the structure of the camp and identifying any weaknesses in the security system. One of the most important factors was knowledge of work assignments. Prisoners were divided into different labor groups that performed tasks both inside and outside the main camp sectors. Some worked in warehouses, workshops, or construction crews, while others were assigned to agricultural fields or maintenance projects. Certain work assignments allowed prisoners to move closer to areas where the perimeter of the camp could be seen. In these locations, prisoners sometimes had brief opportunities to study the terrain beyond the fences. They could observe nearby roads, tree lines, and railway tracks that extended into the surrounding countryside. For someone planning an escape, understanding this landscape was essential. If an escape succeeded, the prisoner would need to travel quickly away from the camp before guards organized search parties. Prisoners therefore began sharing information about the geography of the region around Auschwitz. Those who had lived in nearby towns before their arrest sometimes described the locations of rivers, forests, and villages that might provide temporary hiding places. Others spoke about railway lines that connected the area to larger cities where resistance networks were active. The idea of reaching such places became part of many escape plans. At the same time, prisoners continued to study the internal routines of the camp. The daily schedule of roll calls, work assignments, and guard shifts created patterns that repeated from day to day. By paying attention to these patterns, prisoners sometimes noticed moments when supervision seemed slightly less strict. For example, certain work groups moved through gates or across internal roads at predictable times. Guards stationed at those points sometimes followed the same inspection procedures each day. Although these procedures were designed to prevent escape, the repetition of routine occasionally created opportunities that prisoners hoped to use. Planning, therefore, became a slow process. Prisoners gathered small pieces of information over weeks or months, gradually building a clearer picture of how the camp operated. Each observation helped them imagine how an escape might take place. Even then, success was far from certain. Every plan had to account for the electrified fences, the watchtowers, the armed guards, and the immediate search that would follow if a prisoner disappeared. Yet, despite these dangers, the process of planning continued. The determination to leave the camp, and in some cases to report what was happening there to the outside world, remained strong among a small number of prisoners. Within these small groups, escape plans often developed through long discussions about possible methods. Some prisoners considered disguises as a way to move through controlled areas of the camp without attracting attention. Clothing played an important role in the visual organization of Auschwitz. Guards wore uniforms that distinguished them from prisoners, while civilian workers often wore different types of clothing associated with their trades. Prisoners assigned to workshops sometimes handled tools, fabric, or equipment that could potentially be used to alter clothing or create simple disguises. Although obtaining such materials carried its own risks, the idea of blending into a group of workers or staff members became part of several escape plans. Other prisoners studied the possibility of leaving during work assignments outside the central compound. In certain cases, work groups traveled to nearby areas under guard to perform labor on construction sites or agricultural fields. These assignments placed prisoners closer to the countryside beyond the camp fences. Guards still supervised these work details, but the environment outside the central camp sectors sometimes created small gaps in attention. If a prisoner could separate from the group at the right moment, it might be possible to move toward nearby forests or fields before guards noticed the absence. However, this method required precise timing. Roll calls and head counts occurred frequently, and a missing prisoner would quickly trigger an alarm. Once guards realized that someone had escaped, search parties would begin combing the surrounding area. Dogs, patrol units, and local police could be deployed to locate the escapee. Because of this, prisoners planning such attempts had to think carefully about how far they could travel before the search began. Another element of planning involved obtaining food or supplies that might help someone survive outside the camp. Prisoners often had very little access to such items, but those working in kitchens or storage areas occasionally managed to save small amounts of bread or other provisions. These supplies could be hidden and later used during an escape attempt. Even small amounts of food could make a difference during the first days outside the camp, when the escapee needed to move quickly while avoiding populated areas. Despite these preparations, every escape plan still faced the same fundamental challenge: leaving the camp without immediate detection. The fences, towers, and patrols created a system designed to prevent exactly that. Yet the process of planning continued because prisoners understood that careful preparation increased the chances of success. Over time, some of these plans would move from discussion to action. Prisoners would eventually attempt to carry out the ideas they had developed in secret conversations and observations. Some of those attempts would fail, ending with capture and punishment. Others, however, would succeed in reaching the outside world. These organized escape attempts would soon become some of the most remarkable episodes in the history of Auschwitz, demonstrating both the dangers of escape and the determination of prisoners who refused to accept the camp's boundaries as permanent. Chapter 3, Segment 3. The Spread of Escape Attempts. As the early years of Auschwitz continued, the idea of escape gradually spread through different parts of the camp population. What had once been an isolated thought held by only a few individuals slowly became a subject that more prisoners considered, even if they never acted on it themselves. The growing number of escape attempts was not the result of a single organized effort. Instead, it developed through the sharing of information, observation, and the powerful influence of example. Each successful escape, and even each attempt, became a story that moved quietly through the barracks and work groups. Prisoners spoke in whispers about individuals who had tried to flee, about how they had planned their attempts, and about whether they had succeeded in reaching the outside world. These stories often traveled without full details, but they carried an important message. Escape, though extremely dangerous, was not completely impossible. At the same time, the camp itself continued to expand. By the early 1940s, the Auschwitz complex was no longer limited to the original camp built within the former Polish Army barracks. New sections were constructed nearby, including the vast Birkenau complex and additional labor subcamps connected to industrial projects in the region. With this expansion came a growing prisoner population drawn from many parts of Europe. People arrived from different countries, bringing with them diverse backgrounds and experiences. Some had previously been involved in resistance movements or underground organizations. Others had knowledge of languages, geography, or technical skills that could become valuable in planning an escape. The presence of these varied experiences gradually influenced how prisoners thought about escape possibilities. Conversations about the camp's security and routines now involved individuals who had different perspectives on how such systems might be overcome. Prisoners working in certain assignments gained access to information that others did not have. For example, those employed in workshops sometimes handled materials or tools that might assist in creating disguises or altering clothing. Prisoners assigned to storage areas occasionally observed how supplies were transported into or out of the camp. Others who worked outdoors became familiar with the routes used by vehicles and work groups moving beyond the central barracks sectors. Each of these roles provided small pieces of information about how the camp functioned. Over time, prisoners began sharing these observations with trusted companions. In some cases, this led to the formation of small informal networks of individuals interested in escape planning. These groups did not operate openly. The danger of informers remained constant, and any hint of suspicious activity could lead to punishment. For that reason, prisoners involved in such discussions often kept their plans limited to a very small circle. Even so, the accumulation of knowledge gradually changed the way escape attempts were imagined. Early attempts had often relied on sudden opportunities, such as blending into groups of workers leaving the camp. Later plans became more deliberate, incorporating detailed observations about guard routines, work assignments, and the layout of the campgrounds. Prisoners studied the timing of roll calls, the distances between watchtowers, and the paths used by patrols along the perimeter fences. Each observation became part of a larger effort to understand how the camp operated as a system. Yet even with this knowledge, escape remained an extremely risky undertaking. The fences, towers, and armed guards were designed to prevent exactly such attempts. Prisoners knew that many who tried to escape would fail. Nevertheless, the continued spread of escape plans reflected something deeper than strategy alone. It revealed the persistence of hope among individuals living under severe conditions. The belief that freedom might still be possible, even if only for a few, continued to inspire new attempts. As escape attempts became more widely discussed among prisoners, the camp authorities responded by strengthening their efforts to prevent them. The SS administration viewed escapes not only as a challenge to security but also as a threat to secrecy. If prisoners managed to reach the outside world, they could potentially report what they had seen inside the camp. This possibility made every successful escape particularly concerning for the authorities. As a result, new security measures were gradually introduced. Guards were instructed to maintain stricter vigilance along the perimeter fences, and patrols increased in frequency around the campgrounds. Watchtower guards were reminded of their responsibility to observe any unusual movement near the fences, especially during the night hours when darkness might conceal an escape attempt. Searchlights were adjusted to illuminate larger sections of the perimeter, reducing the areas where shadows could provide cover. Inside the camp, inspections became more frequent. Barracks were searched for items that might assist prisoners in planning escapes, including extra clothing, tools, or hidden supplies of food. Work assignments were also monitored more closely. Prisoners working near gates, warehouses, or transportation areas sometimes found themselves under stricter supervision as guards attempted to prevent opportunities for escape. Despite these increased measures, the determination among some prisoners remained strong. By this time, several individuals had already managed to leave the camp successfully and reach resistance networks or other safe locations. These escapes provided valuable information about the conditions inside Auschwitz, and the reports eventually reached underground organizations and Allied authorities outside occupied Poland. For prisoners still inside the camp, the knowledge that such information had reached the outside world carried great significance. It meant that their experiences were no longer completely hidden. This realization gave additional meaning to escape attempts. For some prisoners, escaping was no longer only about personal survival. It also became a way to inform others about what was happening within the camp system. The possibility of carrying that information beyond the fences strengthened the resolve of individuals who were willing to risk their lives in an attempt to flee. Yet the consequences of failure remained severe. When escape attempts were discovered or when prisoners were captured after trying to flee, punishments followed quickly. These punishments were designed to deter future attempts and to remind the prisoner population of the authority exercised by the camp administration. Even so, the cycle continued. Escape plans were formed, attempts were made, and the stories of those attempts spread quietly through the camp. Over time, these stories became part of the larger history of Auschwitz. They showed that even within a system built to control every movement, individuals still searched for ways to challenge that control. The spread of escape attempts during these years reflected not only the strategies prisoners developed, but also the enduring human desire for freedom. Chapter 4, Segment 1. The Role of the Polish Resistance. As escape attempts from Auschwitz slowly increased during the early years of the camp, another important factor began to influence the possibility of prisoners reaching safety beyond the fences. Outside the camp, resistance movements were developing across occupied Poland. These underground organizations formed networks that operated secretly under the constant threat of German surveillance. Their members included former soldiers, political activists, students, and civilians who were determined to oppose the occupation in whatever ways they could. Some of these resistance groups eventually became connected with prisoners inside Auschwitz, creating fragile lines of communication between the camp and the outside world. These connections played a significant role in several escape attempts, because they offered something prisoners inside the camp could rarely obtain on their own: assistance after leaving the perimeter. In the earliest stages of the camp's operation, information about Auschwitz was extremely limited outside its fences. Many people living in nearby towns and villages knew that a camp existed, but they did not fully understand its scale or its purpose. Prisoners who managed to escape could therefore provide some of the first direct accounts of conditions inside the camp. Resistance organizations recognized the importance of such information. If escapees could reach underground networks, their testimony could be passed along to resistance leaders and eventually to Allied governments. This understanding encouraged resistance members to assist escaped prisoners whenever possible. However, offering such assistance was extremely dangerous. The German occupation authorities imposed severe punishments on anyone who helped prisoners escape from camps. Posters and official announcements warned that individuals caught assisting an escapee could face imprisonment, deportation, or execution. Despite these threats, some members of the Polish resistance continued to help those who managed to flee. In certain cases, these networks attempted to establish indirect contact with prisoners inside Auschwitz. Communication between the camp and the outside world was extremely difficult, but it was not completely impossible. Civilian workers who entered the camp area during construction or maintenance projects sometimes carried messages or small pieces of information. These exchanges were rare and risky, yet they helped create a limited flow of knowledge between prisoners and resistance groups. Through these fragile connections, resistance members began to learn more about the conditions inside the camp. At the same time, prisoners inside Auschwitz started to understand that if they could reach specific locations outside the camp, there might be people willing to assist them. This knowledge influenced how escape plans were formed. Instead of fleeing blindly into the countryside, some prisoners attempted to design routes that would lead them toward towns or villages where resistance contacts might exist. Planning such journeys required careful thought. Escapees needed to move quickly away from the camp before search parties were organized, but they also needed to avoid roads and checkpoints where German patrols might be stationed. Forests and rural paths sometimes provided safer routes, though they also created difficulties in navigation. For prisoners who had never lived in the region before their imprisonment, the surrounding countryside was unfamiliar territory. This made the possibility of outside assistance even more important. Resistance groups sometimes arranged temporary hiding places where escapees could rest and recover before continuing their journey. These safe locations were often simple farmhouses or barns belonging to individuals willing to take the risk of helping. In other cases, escapees were guided toward larger cities where underground organizations had stronger networks. Reaching such places required patience and caution. The journey could take days or even weeks as escapees traveled mostly at night and avoided populated areas during daylight hours. Despite the dangers involved, the presence of resistance networks gave escaped prisoners a greater chance of surviving outside the camp. Without such support, many would have struggled to travel long distances or obtain food and shelter. For this reason, the relationship between escape attempts and the Polish resistance became one of the most important aspects of the history of Auschwitz escapes. Inside the camp, knowledge of these outside networks spread slowly among prisoners who were trusted within informal circles of resistance. Some prisoners had already been involved in underground activities before their arrest, and they maintained a strong desire to continue resisting the occupation even from within the camp. These individuals often became central figures in discussions about escape attempts and communication with the outside world. Among them were prisoners who believed that escaping was not only a personal act of survival, but also a way to provide information about the camp system. The idea that an escapee could carry reports about Auschwitz to the outside world gave additional purpose to certain escape plans. Over time, this goal became increasingly important as the camp expanded and its functions changed. Prisoners who had witnessed the harsh discipline, forced labor conditions, and growing scale of imprisonment inside Auschwitz felt a strong need to inform others about what was happening there. The resistance networks outside the camp therefore represented more than a path to safety. They also offered a channel through which information could travel beyond the fences of the camp. Several escapees who successfully reached resistance groups later provided detailed descriptions of the camp's organization, including the structure of the barracks sectors, the security arrangements along the perimeter, and the treatment of prisoners. These reports gradually reached underground publications and eventually made their way to Allied intelligence services. For prisoners still inside Auschwitz, the knowledge that such information had reached the outside world offered a sense that their experiences were being recorded and understood beyond the camp boundaries. At the same time, the involvement of resistance networks made escape planning even more complex. Prisoners needed to determine how they might reach these contacts once they were outside the camp. This often required memorizing directions, identifying landmarks in the surrounding countryside, or arranging meeting points with individuals who could guide them further. Because written notes could easily be discovered during searches, many escape plans relied on memorized instructions and verbal communication. These methods required careful preparation and complete trust among those involved. The risks were enormous. If a plan failed or if an escapee was captured before reaching the resistance, the consequences could extend not only to the prisoner but also to the civilians who had attempted to help. Despite these dangers, cooperation between prisoners and resistance networks continued to play an important role in the history of Auschwitz escapes. It demonstrated that even within the oppressive environment created by the camp system, connections still existed between prisoners and the wider world beyond the fences. These connections helped transform some escape attempts into acts of resistance that carried information about the camp to the outside world. As the war progressed and the camp system expanded further, these networks would become even more significant. They would help several escapees deliver reports that revealed the realities of Auschwitz to people far beyond the region where the camp stood. Chapter 4, Segment 2. The Escape of Witold Pilecki. Among the many stories connected to escape attempts from Auschwitz, one stands apart because of the extraordinary purpose behind it. While most prisoners hoped to escape in order to survive or to find safety beyond the camp, one man had entered Auschwitz voluntarily as part of a resistance mission. His name was Witold Pilecki, a Polish army officer and member of the underground resistance operating in occupied Poland. In 1940, when reports about a newly established camp at Auschwitz began circulating among resistance groups, very little was known about what was happening there. The Polish underground believed that if someone could enter the camp and gather reliable information from inside, that knowledge could be transmitted to resistance leaders and eventually to Allied governments. Pilecki volunteered to carry out this mission. In September 1940, he deliberately allowed himself to be captured during a German street roundup in Warsaw, ensuring that he would be sent to Auschwitz as a prisoner. Once inside the camp, Pilecki began the difficult task of surviving while secretly organizing a network of resistance among prisoners. Conditions inside Auschwitz were extremely harsh, and the constant surveillance made any form of underground activity extremely dangerous. Yet Pilecki gradually established connections with other prisoners he believed he could trust. Through these contacts, he helped form a secret organization that later became known as the Union of Military Organization, an underground group operating inside the camp itself. The network gathered information about conditions inside Auschwitz and attempted to maintain communication with the resistance outside. Messages were occasionally smuggled out through prisoners who worked near areas where contact with civilians was possible. Over time, Pilecki's network expanded to include prisoners working in various parts of the camp, including kitchens, warehouses, and labor details. These positions allowed members of the organization to observe different aspects of camp life and collect information about the treatment of prisoners and the growing scale of the camp system. Yet the work was extremely dangerous. Discovery by the camp authorities could lead to immediate punishment or death. Despite these risks, the underground network continued operating for several years. During that time, Pilecki gathered detailed information about the structure of Auschwitz, including its security arrangements, prisoner population, and the expansion of the camp complex. However, by 1943, he realized that remaining inside the camp was becoming increasingly dangerous, and that the information he had collected needed to be delivered directly to the resistance outside. For that to happen, he would need to escape. Planning such an escape required the same careful preparation as other attempts, but in Pilecki's case, the objective was not only freedom. His goal was to carry his knowledge of Auschwitz beyond the fences and report it directly to the underground leadership. Together with two fellow prisoners, Jan Redzig and Edward Szyszewski, Pilecki began preparing a plan. They studied the routines of guards and the movements of workers within the camp. Eventually, they identified an opportunity connected to a bakery located outside the main camp compound where certain prisoners were assigned to work during night shifts. This location provided a rare chance to move beyond the central camp sectors while still under guard supervision. The plan required precise timing and careful coordination. Any mistake could result in immediate capture. Yet after months of preparation, the moment for the attempt finally arrived. On the night of April 26, 1943, Witold Pilecki and his companions put their plan into action. The three men were assigned to a night shift at the bakery located near the camp perimeter. During the shift, they managed to overpower the guard supervising their work detail. This was an extremely risky step, because any sign of struggle could have alerted other guards nearby. After subduing the guard, the prisoners secured access to the building and gathered supplies that might help them during their escape. They took civilian clothing, food, and documents that could assist them in traveling through the occupied territory outside the camp. Once prepared, they left the building and moved quickly away from the immediate area before the alarm could be raised. Their escape required them to pass beyond the outer security zones of Auschwitz and into the surrounding countryside. Moving through the darkness, they avoided main roads and traveled across fields and rural paths in order to stay out of sight. The men understood that once their absence was discovered, the camp authorities would begin searching the surrounding region. German patrols and police units might be deployed to locate them, and checkpoints on major roads would likely become more vigilant. For this reason, they relied on careful navigation and traveled mostly during nighttime hours. The journey away from Auschwitz lasted several days and involved crossing rivers, forests, and small villages while avoiding contact with authorities. Eventually, the escapees reached areas where they could safely connect with members of the Polish underground resistance. When Pilecki finally arrived at resistance headquarters, he delivered one of the most detailed reports ever written about Auschwitz during the war. His account described the organization of the camp, the treatment of prisoners, and the activities he had witnessed during his years inside the camp system. These reports were passed through resistance channels and eventually reached Allied governments. They provided valuable information about the existence and operation of Auschwitz at a time when knowledge about the camp was still limited outside occupied Poland. Pilecki's escape, therefore, became one of the most significant in the history of Auschwitz. It demonstrated how an escape attempt could serve not only as an act of survival, but also as a means of communication between the camp and the outside world. For prisoners who remained inside Auschwitz, stories of Pilecki's escape carried powerful meaning. They showed that even the heavily guarded camp could be penetrated by acts of determination and careful planning. At the same time, the escape highlighted the importance of cooperation between prisoners and resistance networks operating beyond the fences. Through this cooperation, information about Auschwitz gradually reached people far beyond the campgrounds. Pilecki's mission would later become one of the most remarkable examples of resistance connected to Auschwitz, illustrating how escape attempts could play a role in revealing the realities of the camp to the wider world. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Reports that reached the outside world. By the middle years of the war, several escape attempts from Auschwitz had achieved something that the camp authorities had hoped to prevent entirely. Information about the camp was beginning to travel beyond its fences and into the wider world. Each successful escape created the possibility that someone who had witnessed life inside the camp could describe it in detail to people outside the German-controlled system. These testimonies were extremely valuable to resistance organizations operating in occupied Europe. They also provided some of the earliest reliable descriptions of the structure and purpose of Auschwitz. For the prisoners who risked escape in order to carry such information, the journey was not simply an attempt to save their own lives. It was also an effort to reveal what was happening inside a place that had been designed to remain hidden from public view. One of the challenges faced by prisoners who escaped was how to explain the complex structure of the camp once they reached safety. Auschwitz was not a single location but a growing network of camps and facilities. The original camp, later known as Auschwitz-I, had been established in 1940. Over time it expanded to include Birkenau, which became a vast area containing barracks, labor sections, and large security zones surrounded by fences and watchtowers. Additional subcamps were created across the region, connected to industrial sites and construction projects. Prisoners who had spent time in different parts of the system could describe how these locations were organized and how prisoners were transported between them. These descriptions helped resistance leaders and Allied observers begin to understand the scale of the camp complex. Some escapees drew maps showing the layout of the camp as they remembered it, marking the positions of barracks, roads, fences, and guard towers. Such maps were valuable because they offered visual evidence of how the camp had been constructed and how it continued to grow. Alongside these descriptions of physical layout, escapees also provided accounts of daily life inside the camp. They described the routines of roll calls, the assignment of prisoners to labor details, and the methods used by guards to maintain discipline. They spoke about the overcrowded conditions in the barracks and the long hours of work that many prisoners were forced to perform. These reports were often written down by members of resistance organizations who interviewed the escapees shortly after they arrived in safe locations. In some cases, the information was compiled into formal reports that were then transmitted through underground channels to other resistance groups or to representatives of governments operating in exile. From there, the reports could travel even further, reaching Allied intelligence services in countries such as Britain and the United States. Each report carried with it the risk that the information might be dismissed or misunderstood. At the time, the scale of the Nazi camp system was difficult for many outside observers to fully comprehend. Yet the steady flow of testimony from escapees gradually built a clearer picture of what Auschwitz had become. As more accounts arrived, they reinforced one another and provided additional detail about conditions inside the camp. This process of gathering information was slow and often uncertain, but it represented an important step in revealing the realities of Auschwitz to the outside world. Among the most widely known reports carried out of Auschwitz were those delivered by prisoners who had escaped together in carefully planned attempts. These escapes were often organized by small groups of prisoners who believed that traveling together would increase their chances of reaching resistance contacts safely. Once outside the camp, they could compare their experiences and provide more complete descriptions of what they had witnessed. One of the most significant examples occurred in April 1944 when two Slovak prisoners, Rudolf Vrba and Vrba-Wetzler, succeeded in escaping from Auschwitz-Birkenau. The two men had spent considerable time studying the routines of guards and the layout of the camp. After preparing a hiding place within the perimeter area, they managed to remain concealed for several days until the search for them was called off. When they finally left the camp area, they began a difficult journey across the countryside toward Slovakia. Along the way, they avoided roads and towns where German patrols might be stationed, traveling mostly at night and relying on knowledge of the terrain to guide them. After reaching Slovakia, Vrba and Wetzler were taken to a resistance center where they provided a detailed account of Auschwitz. Their testimony became known as the Vrba-Wetzler report. The document described the structure of the camp, the organization of prisoner transport arrivals, and the processes through which large numbers of deported people were processed upon arrival at Birkenau. The report also included estimates of the numbers of people who had been transported to the camp from various countries across Europe. Copies of the report were circulated among resistance networks and eventually reached international organizations and allied governments. Historians later recognized the Vrba-Wetzler report as one of the earliest comprehensive descriptions of Auschwitz to reach the outside world during the war. Although the report was not the only testimony produced by escapees, it demonstrated how a carefully planned escape could carry crucial information beyond the camp fences. For prisoners still inside Auschwitz, the possibility that such information was reaching the outside world offered a small sense of connection to events beyond the camp system. They knew that their experiences were no longer completely hidden. At the same time, the camp authorities remained determined to prevent escapes and to limit the flow of information. Security measures continued to be strengthened, and guards remained under strict instructions to stop any prisoner attempting to flee. Despite these obstacles, the reports carried by escapees gradually spread through resistance networks and international channels. They contributed to a growing awareness of Auschwitz and its role within the broader system of Nazi camps. Through the courage of those who risked escape, knowledge about the camp began to move beyond the walls and fences that had been designed to contain it. Chapter 5, Segment 1. The Early Escape Attempts. During the first years of Auschwitz's existence, escape attempts began to appear as prisoners slowly tried to understand the structure of the camp and the possibilities that might exist within it. In 1940 and 1941, when the camp was still relatively new, many prisoners were still learning the routines that governed daily life. At that time, Auschwitz was primarily a concentration camp for political prisoners, particularly Poles who had been arrested by German occupation authorities. The camp authorities believed that strict discipline, physical barriers, and constant surveillance would be enough to prevent prisoners from escaping. Yet even during these early months, some prisoners began considering whether escape might still be possible. For those who arrived at Auschwitz during this early period, the shock of imprisonment was immediate. Prisoners were transported to the camp under guard, registered, assigned identification numbers, and placed into barracks where life was strictly controlled. The camp was surrounded by fences, watchtowers, and patrol paths. Armed guards monitored the perimeter day and night. From the perspective of someone newly imprisoned, the idea of escaping such a place could seem impossible. But as time passed and prisoners became familiar with the camp environment, they began to observe patterns. The guards followed routines. Work details moved through specific areas of the camp at particular times. Certain assignments required prisoners to travel outside the immediate barrack sectors. These observations slowly revealed small opportunities that might be used for escape attempts. One of the earliest known escapes occurred only weeks after the camp opened. On July 6, 1940, a Polish prisoner named Tadeusz Wijowski managed to flee from Auschwitz. Wijowski had been assigned to a work detail that operated outside the camp perimeter alongside civilian workers. During the work assignment, he took advantage of the moment when supervision was less intense and disappeared from the group. Because he had access to civilian clothing provided by workers, he was able to blend in and move away from the camp without immediately attracting attention. His escape shocked the camp authorities, who had believed their security measures were already strong enough to prevent such attempts. After the escape was discovered, the SS increased security procedures within the camp. Guards became more vigilant during work details, and additional punishments were introduced for prisoners suspected of assisting escape attempts. Yet the example set by Wijowski's escape spread quietly among the prisoner population. It demonstrated that escape, while extremely dangerous, was not completely impossible. Stories about the escape circulated within barracks and work groups, giving other prisoners a sense that the camp system could sometimes be overcome through careful planning and opportunity. At the same time, the consequences for failed escape attempts remained severe. Prisoners who were captured after attempting to flee were usually subjected to punishment that could include confinement, forced labor under harsh conditions, or execution. In many cases, the camp authorities also punished other prisoners from the same barracks or work group in order to discourage future attempts. Roll calls could be extended for hours while guards searched for missing prisoners. Entire groups might be forced to stand outside for long periods as a warning about the consequences of escape. These measures were intended to create fear and prevent prisoners from considering escape as an option. Despite this atmosphere of danger, the idea of escape continued to exist among certain prisoners who believed that reaching freedom might still be possible. For some prisoners, escape offered the chance to rejoin resistance movements operating in occupied territories. For others, it represented the only possibility of survival outside the harsh conditions of the camp. Over time, these motivations led a small number of prisoners to begin planning escape attempts with increasing care. They studied the routines of guards, the layout of the camp, and the work assignments that might allow them to move closer to the perimeter. Each attempt required patience and observation. The earliest escapes, therefore, became important lessons for prisoners who hoped to follow the same path. By studying what had succeeded or failed in previous attempts, they slowly began to understand how the camp's security system operated. As more prisoners arrived at Auschwitz during the early 1940s, the population of the camp grew rapidly. With this growth came new opportunities and new challenges for those who considered escape. The expanding camp required additional construction, which meant that prisoners were frequently assigned to labor details outside the immediate barracks areas. Construction crews worked on building roads, extending fences, and developing new sections of the camp complex. These tasks sometimes placed prisoners closer to the outer boundaries of the camp than they would normally be during daily routines. For prisoners observing these conditions carefully, construction work occasionally offered brief moments when supervision was less concentrated. Such moments were rare, but they could create the possibility of movement beyond the main camp zones. Prisoners assigned to these work details often began sharing observations with others in their barracks. They described where guards stood during certain hours of the day, how patrols moved along the perimeter, and which areas of the camp had fewer watchtowers nearby. These discussions did not always lead directly to escape attempts, but they helped build a shared understanding of the camp structure. Over time, this knowledge became valuable for prisoners who were willing to take the risk of planning an escape. Some prisoners also began experimenting with disguises or methods of blending into civilian surroundings outside the camp. Civilian workers sometimes entered the camp to deliver materials or perform technical tasks. These individuals wore clothing that differed from the striped uniforms assigned to prisoners. If a prisoner could obtain civilian clothing, it might be possible to move beyond the camp perimeter without being immediately recognized. However, acquiring such clothing was extremely difficult and required careful cooperation with other prisoners or sympathetic civilians. Even when clothing could be obtained, the prisoner would still need to pass through areas guarded by armed SS personnel. The risks remained enormous. Many early escape attempts failed because prisoners were detected before reaching the outer fences or because they were captured shortly after leaving the campgrounds. Guards and local police were often alerted quickly when an escape was discovered, and search parties could be deployed across the surrounding countryside. For prisoners unfamiliar with the region, navigating forests, roads, and villages while avoiding patrols presented a major challenge. Despite these dangers, the early years of Auschwitz saw several escape attempts that demonstrated the determination of prisoners to resist the conditions imposed upon them. Each attempt carried valuable lessons about the weaknesses and strengths of the camp's security system. Some prisoners learned that timing was critical. Escapes were often more likely to succeed during work details or during moments when guards were distracted by routine tasks. Others learned that cooperation between multiple prisoners could improve the chances of success. Working together allowed escapees to share responsibilities such as navigation, observation, and gathering supplies for the journey ahead. These early escape attempts did not always result in freedom, but they played an important role in shaping the strategies that prisoners would use in later years. As the camp continued to expand and the prisoner population grew even larger, the knowledge gained from these early attempts would influence more organized plans for escape. The determination shown by those early prisoners also helped sustain a quiet sense of resistance within the camp itself. Even in an environment designed to control every movement, the possibility of escape remained present in the minds of those who continued searching for a path beyond the fences of Auschwitz. Chapter 5, Segment 2. Organized Group Escapes. As the years passed and the prisoner population of Auschwitz grew, escape attempts slowly became more organized. In the earliest period of the camp, many escapes had been spontaneous or based on individual opportunities that appeared during work assignments. But by 1941 and 1942, some prisoners began to realize that careful planning and cooperation could increase the chances of success. Within the crowded barracks and work groups, prisoners shared information about the layout of the camp and the routines of guards. These conversations often took place quietly, during moments when supervision was less strict. Prisoners who had spent longer periods in the camp had begun to understand the rhythms that shaped daily life inside the camp system. They knew when work details left the barracks, how long patrols took to move along the fences, and which areas of the camp were most closely watched. Over time, this knowledge formed the basis for more deliberate escape plans. Some prisoners also formed small circles of trust among those who shared similar backgrounds or had known each other before imprisonment. These circles were essential because planning an escape required secrecy and cooperation. A single person acting alone had very little chance of success in such a heavily guarded environment. But a small group could divide responsibilities. One person might study guard movements. Another might obtain tools, clothing, or food for the journey. Others could observe the timing of work details or identify possible hiding places within the camp area. These preparations sometimes took weeks or even months. Prisoners needed patience, because rushing an escape attempt could lead to immediate failure. In some cases, prisoners working in specialized positions within the camp were able to collect items that might assist in escape. Those assigned to workshops occasionally gained access to tools that could cut wire or repair equipment. Others working in storage areas sometimes encountered discarded clothing or supplies that could be useful outside the camp. Each item had to be obtained carefully so that guards would not notice anything missing. Even small objects could make a difference during an escape. A piece of civilian clothing could help an escapee blend into the surrounding countryside. A simple tool might help cut through obstacles or open locked doors. The challenge was not only acquiring these items but also hiding them until the moment of escape arrived. The camp authorities carried out regular searches of barracks, looking for unauthorized items or signs of resistance activity. Prisoners therefore had to conceal their preparations in places where they would not be easily discovered. Sometimes items were hidden beneath floorboards or inside walls of barracks. In other cases, they were passed quietly between trusted prisoners until the time came to use them. These preparations required discipline and trust. If even one member of the group revealed the plan under pressure or by accident, the entire effort could collapse. Yet despite these dangers, several groups of prisoners continued to prepare escape attempts. Their determination reflected the understanding that escape offered not only a chance at survival, but also a way to carry knowledge about the camp beyond its fences. Many prisoners believed that if someone could reach the outside world and report what was happening in Auschwitz, it might help reveal the realities of the camp system to others. This belief gave additional meaning to escape attempts. The act of escaping was no longer only about leaving the camp. It was also about breaking the isolation that the camp authorities had tried to impose on the prisoners. When group escape attempts finally took place, they required precise timing and careful coordination. Most attempts were connected to work assignments that brought prisoners closer to the camp perimeter or outside the central barracks sectors. Construction details, agricultural labor groups, and maintenance crews sometimes operated in areas where fences or security zones were nearby. During these assignments, prisoners could observe the spacing between watchtowers and identify moments when guards were focused on supervising work rather than watching every individual movement. Even under such conditions, escaping required quick decisions and careful movement. Prisoners attempting escape needed to separate from their group without attracting attention, move beyond the immediate supervision of guards, and pass through the outer security barriers. These barriers included electrified fences, patrol roads, and watchtowers equipped with searchlights. Guards stationed in the towers were instructed to stop any prisoner approaching the fences, and warning signs posted around the perimeter made this policy clear. Because of these dangers, many escape plans relied on concealment rather than direct confrontation with the fences. Some groups attempted to hide within the camp area itself before leaving at a later time. They might conceal themselves in storage areas, construction sites, or other locations where guards were less likely to search immediately. After remaining hidden long enough for the initial alarm to fade, they would attempt to move beyond the perimeter during hours of darkness. Other groups used disguises or work equipment to pass through sections of the camp where guards expected to see prisoners moving as part of routine labor. Once beyond the camp fences, escapees faced an entirely new set of challenges. The countryside surrounding Auschwitz was heavily controlled by German authorities and local police. Roads were monitored, and travelers without proper documents could be stopped for questioning. Escapees therefore needed to move carefully, often traveling through forests, fields, or rural paths where fewer patrols operated. In many cases, the escapees had little food and no reliable maps of the region. They relied on memory, observation, and occasional assistance from civilians who were willing to take great risks in order to help them. The success of group escapes varied widely. Some groups managed to travel long distances and eventually reach resistance networks that could provide shelter and guidance. Others were captured after only a short time outside the camp. When prisoners were caught after attempting to escape, the consequences could be severe not only for them but also for those suspected of assisting them. Yet, even failed attempts carried meaning within the prisoner community. Each attempt demonstrated that the camp system of control was not absolute. Prisoners shared stories about escapes that had succeeded or failed, learning from the experiences of those who had tried before them. Over time, these stories contributed to a collective understanding of how escape might be attempted under the difficult conditions of Auschwitz. The willingness of prisoners to cooperate in such plans also reflected a quiet form of resistance that existed within the camp itself. Even in an environment designed to eliminate independence and initiative, prisoners continued to observe, plan, and sometimes act in pursuit of freedom beyond the fences. Chapter 5, Segment 3. The Risks and Consequences of Escape. Within Auschwitz, every prisoner understood that attempting to escape involved immense danger. The camp authorities had designed the entire environment to discourage and prevent escape attempts. Physical barriers such as electrified fences, watchtowers, patrol roads, and armed guards formed the most visible part of the system. But the camp administration also relied on strict discipline and severe consequences to ensure that prisoners feared the idea of escape as much as they desired freedom. From the earliest days of the camp, guards made it clear that any prisoner caught attempting to flee would face harsh punishment. These warnings were reinforced by the signs posted around the perimeter fences. The signs reminded prisoners that approaching the barriers could result in immediate gunfire from the towers. The guards stationed there had orders to prevent escapes at any cost. For prisoners observing these warnings during daily routines, the message was unmistakable. The camp authorities wanted to create an atmosphere in which escape appeared almost unthinkable. Yet despite these threats, the idea of escape never disappeared entirely from the minds of those imprisoned. The conditions inside the camp were extremely difficult, and many prisoners believed that remaining there offered little chance of survival. For them, escape represented the possibility of life beyond the fences, even if the risks were enormous. Still, the consequences of failed escape attempts were severe and often extended beyond the individual who had tried to flee. When a prisoner was discovered missing, the camp administration usually responded immediately by organizing a search. Guards and patrol units would be sent into the surrounding area, while prisoners remaining inside the camp were often forced to assemble for extended roll calls. These roll calls could last for hours as guards counted the prisoners repeatedly, attempting to determine who was missing and from which barracks they had come. During these moments, the entire camp population felt the impact of a single escape attempt. Prisoners were required to stand in formation regardless of weather conditions while the search continued. Such roll calls were intended to reinforce the idea that escape attempts disrupted the entire camp system. In addition to these measures, the camp authorities frequently imposed collective punishments on prisoners associated with the escape attempt. If the escapee had belonged to a particular barracks or work detail, other prisoners from the same group might face disciplinary action. This could include reduced rations, extended labor assignments, or other penalties designed to discourage cooperation with escape attempts. By holding groups responsible for the actions of individuals, the camp administration hoped to create tension among prisoners themselves. If prisoners feared that assisting an escape could lead to punishment for their entire group, they might become less willing to help someone planning to flee. These tactics formed part of the psychological control exercised by the camp authorities. The goal was not only to prevent escapes physically, but also to weaken the trust that prisoners might otherwise place in one another. Yet even under these conditions, some prisoners continued to plan escape attempts, aware that failure would carry serious consequences. Their determination reflected the reality that life within the camp offered few alternatives. For many prisoners, the dangers of escape were balanced by the possibility that freedom, however uncertain, might still exist beyond the camp's boundaries. When escape attempts failed and prisoners were captured, the consequences could be immediate and severe. Guards often subjected captured escapees to interrogation in order to discover whether others had assisted in the plan. These interrogations were meant to uncover networks of cooperation among prisoners and to discourage future attempts. The camp administration wanted to ensure that escape attempts remained rare and isolated events rather than organized efforts involving larger groups. In some cases, captured prisoners were returned to the camp and placed in confinement areas where they were held under strict supervision. The purpose of such confinement was both punitive and symbolic. By isolating escapees and placing them under visible guard, the camp authorities hoped to demonstrate the cost of resistance to other prisoners. The message was clear: attempts to leave the camp would not be tolerated. Sometimes the punishment extended even further. Public disciplinary measures were occasionally carried out in areas where other prisoners could see them. These events were intended to reinforce the authority of the guards and to discourage similar actions in the future. Prisoners watching these scenes understood that escape attempts carried consequences not only for the individuals involved, but also for those around them. At the same time, the camp administration recognized that the threat of punishment alone could not eliminate the possibility of escape entirely. As the camp grew larger and the prisoner population expanded, maintaining complete control became increasingly difficult. New prisoners arrived from many different regions of occupied Europe, bringing with them different experiences, languages, and motivations. Some had already been involved in resistance activities before their arrest, and their determination did not disappear upon entering the camp. Others believed that escape was the only remaining path toward survival. Because of this, Escape attempts continued to occur despite the severe penalties imposed by the camp authorities. Each attempt forced the guards to respond with renewed vigilance. Security procedures were adjusted, patrols increased, and surveillance intensified whenever an escape occurred. Yet the camp could never eliminate the possibility entirely. The very size and complexity of the camp system meant that prisoners were constantly moving between work details, barracks, and construction sites. Within these movements, small opportunities sometimes appeared. For prisoners determined to take the risk, those moments could become the beginning of an escape attempt. The continued presence of such attempts revealed something important about life inside Auschwitz. Even in an environment designed to impose absolute control, the human desire for freedom could not be completely extinguished. Prisoners observed, planned, and sometimes acted despite the dangers surrounding them. Their attempts to escape formed a quiet but persistent challenge to the system that had imprisoned them. Some of these attempts failed and brought harsh consequences. Others succeeded and allowed prisoners to reach the outside world. Together they form an important part of the history of Auschwitz, showing how individuals confronted extraordinary circumstances with courage and determination. Chapter 6, Segment 1. Daily Life and the Constant Thought of Escape. Inside Auschwitz, daily life followed a rigid and repetitive structure that shaped nearly every moment of a prisoner's existence. From the earliest hours of the morning until late in the evening, prisoners moved through a sequence of routines that rarely changed. These routines were designed by the camp administration to maintain control, ensure discipline, and keep the prisoner population under constant supervision. Yet within this tightly regulated environment, prisoners continued to observe their surroundings carefully. Even as they carried out exhausting labor and endured difficult conditions, many remained aware of the possibility that an opportunity for escape might one day appear. The day in Auschwitz typically began before sunrise. Guards ordered prisoners out of their barracks and assembled them for roll call in the open spaces between buildings. These gatherings could last for long periods while guards counted the prisoners repeatedly. The purpose of roll call was not only administrative but also psychological. It reminded prisoners that their presence was constantly monitored and that any absence would immediately be noticed. During cold winters or rainy mornings, prisoners were still required to stand in formation until the counting process was completed. After roll call, prisoners were divided into work details that carried them to various parts of the camp complex or to labor sites outside the central camp area. Some were assigned to construction projects, others to workshops, kitchens, storage buildings, or industrial facilities connected to the camp system. Movement between these locations followed carefully organized routes under guard supervision. Groups marched together in columns, accompanied by guards who watched for any unusual behavior. These routines created the appearance of complete control over the prisoner population. However, prisoners who had spent time in the camp began to notice patterns within this system. Guards changed shifts at certain hours. Patrols along the perimeter followed predictable paths. Work details departed and returned according to schedules that remained mostly consistent from one day to the next. Over time, these patterns became familiar to those who paid attention. Prisoners learned which sections of the camp were busiest during certain hours and which areas might briefly appear less closely watched. Such observations were not always connected directly to escape planning, but they formed an important background of knowledge for those who considered the possibility. The physical environment of the camp also influenced how prisoners thought about escape. The fences, towers, and guard patrols were constant reminders of the barriers surrounding them. Yet beyond those barriers lay fields, forests, and distant villages that could sometimes be seen from work details operating near the perimeter. For prisoners who had arrived from many different regions of Europe, these landscapes represented a world that still existed outside the camp. Seeing them could reinforce the idea that escape might one day lead to safety, even if the journey would be extremely dangerous. At the same time, prisoners understood that planning an escape required more than simply reaching the outer fence. Anyone who managed to leave the camp would still face the challenge of traveling through occupied territory where German patrols, police units, and checkpoints were common. This reality meant that escape attempts often required long preparation and careful thought. Prisoners needed to consider not only how they would leave the camp, but also how they would survive once they were outside. These considerations shaped the quiet conversations that sometimes took place among prisoners who trusted one another. Discussions about escape were rarely open or direct. Instead, they were often framed as observations about guard routines, work assignments, or the geography of the surrounding area. Through these conversations, prisoners gradually shared knowledge that might later become useful if an escape attempt were attempted. Even for prisoners who never attempted to escape, the idea itself carried a certain psychological importance. It represented a reminder that the camp system, despite its power, was not completely absolute. Beyond the routines of labor and roll calls, prisoners also found themselves constantly navigating a complex social environment within the camp. Thousands of individuals from different countries, languages, and backgrounds were forced to live in close quarters under extremely difficult conditions. Trust between prisoners could not always be taken for granted. The camp authorities sometimes relied on prisoner functionaries to help manage work details and maintain order within the barracks. These individuals occupied positions that placed them between the guards and the general prisoner population. Some used their roles to help fellow prisoners whenever possible, while others were more closely aligned with the expectations of the camp administration. For prisoners considering escape, understanding these relationships was extremely important. Planning an escape required cooperation, but cooperation could only exist where trust had been carefully established. A prisoner who spoke openly about escape with the wrong person risked being reported to the guards. Because of this, discussions about escape were usually limited to very small groups of individuals who had known each other for a long time or who shared similar experiences before their imprisonment. Within these small circles, prisoners sometimes discussed the practical difficulties that escape would involve. They considered questions such as where food might be obtained outside the camp, which routes might lead away from major roads, and whether nearby towns might contain people willing to provide assistance. In many cases, prisoners had little reliable information about the region surrounding Auschwitz. Those who had lived in the area before the war sometimes became valuable sources of knowledge about local geography. They could describe the direction of nearby rivers, forests, or villages that might offer concealment during travel. This information was rarely written down because written notes could easily be discovered during searches of barracks. Instead, prisoners relied on memory and verbal communication to share such details. Another challenge involved clothing and identification. Prisoners wore uniforms that made them easily recognizable if they appeared outside the camp. For an escape attempt to succeed, many prisoners believed that civilian clothing would be necessary. Obtaining such clothing required access to supply areas, discarded garments, or assistance from civilians working near the camp. Even if clothing could be obtained, escapees would still need to travel carefully to avoid attracting attention. Many prisoners imagined that escape would involve traveling mostly at night and resting in hidden places during the day. Such journeys could last for several days before reaching areas where resistance networks or sympathetic civilians might offer help. These ideas circulated quietly among prisoners who continued to observe their surroundings and consider possibilities. Most of these discussions never developed into actual escape attempts. The risks were simply too great for many prisoners who were already struggling to survive under the harsh conditions of camp life. Yet the presence of these conversations revealed something important about the mindset of prisoners inside Auschwitz. Even in a place designed to suppress independence and control every movement, people continued to think, observe, and imagine ways of leaving. For some prisoners, these thoughts remained distant hopes. For others, they eventually became the foundation for carefully planned escape attempts. In the chapters that followed, several of these attempts would take shape, demonstrating how prisoners transformed observation and quiet discussion into actions that challenged the boundaries of the camp system. Chapter 6, Segment 2. Observing the camp's security system. For prisoners who began to think seriously about the possibility of escape, one of the most important tasks was understanding how the camp's security system functioned in practice. Auschwitz had been constructed with multiple layers of protection intended to prevent prisoners from leaving. Electrified fences formed the most visible barrier, surrounding the camp with rows of wire connected to high-voltage power sources. Beyond these fences ran patrol paths where guards walked regular routes, watching for any unusual movement. At intervals along the perimeter stood wooden watchtowers equipped with searchlights and armed SS guards who had clear views of the surrounding ground. These towers were positioned so that guards could observe large sections of the fence line, making it extremely difficult for prisoners to approach the barriers without being seen. During daylight hours, the towers allowed guards to watch the campgrounds and the surrounding fields. At night, the searchlights illuminated the fences and nearby areas, creating bright circles of light that moved slowly across the darkness as guards scanned the perimeter. The presence of these lights made nighttime escapes especially difficult. Any movement near the fence could be detected quickly, and guards were authorized to fire their weapons if they believed a prisoner was attempting to escape. Yet, despite these formidable defenses, prisoners who spent long periods inside the camp gradually learned that the security system also relied heavily on routine. Guards worked in shifts that changed at certain times each day. Patrol routes followed similar patterns from one shift to the next. Prisoners assigned to work details near the perimeter sometimes had the opportunity to observe these patterns closely. Construction crews repairing fences or maintaining roads occasionally worked within sight of watchtowers. Agricultural labor groups operating in nearby fields could see guards walking along patrol paths. Although the guards were always present, the movements of patrols and the timing of shift changes became familiar to prisoners who paid careful attention. Over weeks and months, these observations slowly formed a picture of how the system operated. Some prisoners noticed that certain sections of the fence were closer to work areas than others, while some towers had wider fields of view than neighboring towers. Others observed how long it took for guards to walk between different points along the perimeter. These details might appear minor, but for prisoners considering escape, they were extremely important. An escape attempt required identifying the precise moment when surveillance might be weakest, even if only for a few seconds. Of course, such moments were rare and unpredictable. The security system had been designed to minimize exactly this kind of opportunity. Yet human routines could never eliminate every small irregularity. Guards sometimes became accustomed to their patrol paths and repeated the same movements day after day. Shift changes could briefly distract attention from certain areas while guards exchanged positions. Prisoners watching these routines from a distance occasionally noticed these small variations. However, observing the security system was only the first step in planning an escape. Prisoners also needed to consider how they might move through the camp without drawing attention before even reaching the perimeter. This required understanding the movement of prisoners themselves within the camp environment. Work details left barracks areas at specific times each morning and returned later in the day. Columns of prisoners marched along defined paths that crossed different sections of the camp complex. Guards supervising these groups focused primarily on keeping the columns organized and preventing individuals from separating from the group. Yet during these movements, prisoners sometimes passed close to storage areas, workshops, or construction sites where tools and materials were kept. Such locations occasionally offered opportunities to hide objects that might later assist an escape attempt. For example, a prisoner might hide a small tool beneath loose boards, or behind stacks of construction materials, retrieving it later when preparing to escape. These actions required patience and careful timing because searches of work areas and barracks were common. The process of observing the security system therefore became part of a broader effort to understand every detail of daily life inside the camp. Prisoners who studied these patterns often did so quietly over long periods, waiting for the moment when knowledge might become useful. Alongside the physical security system, prisoners also had to consider the human element involved in guarding the camp. The SS guards assigned to Auschwitz came from different backgrounds and displayed varying levels of discipline in carrying out their duties. Some guards were known for strict enforcement of regulations and constant vigilance along the fences and patrol routes. Others followed routines more mechanically, performing their assigned tasks without the same level of attention to detail. Prisoners working near the perimeter occasionally observed differences in how individual guards behaved during patrols or watchtower shifts. Over time, these observations contributed to a deeper understanding of which areas might present slightly greater opportunities for movement. However, relying on such observations was extremely risky. Even if a particular guard appeared less attentive during certain hours, the presence of other guards nearby meant that any unexpected movement could still be detected quickly. Prisoners also had to remember that the consequences of approaching the fence were immediate and severe. Guards were authorized to fire their weapons if they believed an escape attempt was taking place, and warning signs posted around the camp made this policy clear. Because of these dangers, escape attempts rarely involved approaching the fence directly in full view of watchtowers. Instead, prisoners often searched for indirect methods of leaving the camp area. Some plans involved hiding within the camp perimeter for extended periods until guards believed the escaped prisoners had already left the area. In such cases, prisoners might conceal themselves in construction sites, warehouses, or storage areas that were not regularly searched. After remaining hidden long enough for the initial alarm to fade, they could attempt to move beyond the perimeter during nighttime hours when patrol patterns were slightly different. Other plans involved disguises that allowed prisoners to move through certain areas of the camp without immediately attracting suspicion. For example, a prisoner wearing civilian clothing might appear similar to workers entering the campgrounds for technical tasks. Such disguises were extremely difficult to obtain and required careful cooperation between multiple prisoners. Even then, the risk remained enormous because guards were accustomed to checking documents and identifying unfamiliar faces. Beyond the fences lay an even more uncertain landscape. Prisoners studying the camp's security system also needed to consider what would happen after leaving the campgrounds. The region surrounding Auschwitz was heavily controlled by German authorities, with police units and military patrols operating in nearby towns and along major roads. Escapees would need to move quickly away from the camp area while avoiding attention from local authorities or civilians who might report them. This meant traveling through forests, fields, or rural paths whenever possible. Some prisoners who had lived in the region before the war attempted to share knowledge about these routes with others considering escape. They described the direction of rivers, the location of villages, and the distances between different landmarks that might guide escapees towards safer territory. For prisoners who had arrived from distant countries, this information was invaluable. Without such knowledge, navigating the unfamiliar countryside would be extremely difficult. All of these considerations meant that escape attempts from Auschwitz required more than courage alone. They required careful study of the camp's security system, patience in observing daily routines, and cooperation among prisoners willing to share information and resources. Even then, success was never guaranteed. Yet despite these obstacles, some prisoners continued to watch, plan, and wait for the rare moments when the camp system of control might briefly open a path toward freedom. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Preparing for the moment of escape. For prisoners inside Auschwitz who decided that escape might one day be possible, preparation became a long and careful process. Unlike many decisions forced upon prisoners in daily camp life, escape planning required patience, observation, and cooperation. A successful escape attempt could not depend on sudden impulse alone. Instead, it often required weeks or months of quiet preparation carried out under constant surveillance. The first stage of this preparation usually involved gathering information. Prisoners needed to understand the physical layout of the camp, the routines of guards, and the daily movement of work details. This knowledge did not come from official sources. It came from observation, shared experiences, and conversations between prisoners who trusted one another. Many prisoners who had been in the camp for longer periods gradually became familiar with its structure. They knew which paths connected different sections of the camp and where work details passed near the perimeter fences. They observed the towers that stood above the fences and the patterns of light created by searchlights during the night. Even small details could become valuable pieces of knowledge. A prisoner might notice that a particular patrol path took a certain amount of time to complete. Another might observe that a construction site near the fence temporarily blocked the view from one of the watchtowers. These details were rarely significant on their own, but when combined they could form the beginning of an escape plan. Prisoners who considered escape often discussed these observations quietly while working or during moments of rest inside the barracks. Such conversations were usually indirect. Speaking openly about escape could attract dangerous attention if overheard by the wrong person. Instead, prisoners might frame their comments as simple observations about guard routines or work assignments. Through these cautious exchanges, they gradually built a shared understanding of the camp environment. Alongside information about the camp layout, prisoners also needed to think about the practical supplies required for escape. Leaving the camp meant entering a region where they would need food, clothing, and possibly tools. Obtaining such items was extremely difficult under the conditions of camp life. Food rations inside the camp were limited, and prisoners rarely had access to extra supplies. Yet some work assignments offered small opportunities. Prisoners working in kitchens or storage areas sometimes encountered leftover food that could be hidden for later use. Others working in workshops might obtain small tools or pieces of metal that could assist in cutting obstacles or opening locks. These items had to be concealed carefully. Regular searches of barracks and work areas meant that any hidden supplies could be discovered if not protected properly. Prisoners sometimes hid items beneath floorboards, inside walls, or beneath piles of clothing where guards were less likely to look. Another important consideration was clothing. The striped uniforms worn by prisoners made them immediately recognizable if seen outside the camp. Escapees therefore hoped to obtain civilian clothing that might help them blend into the countryside. Occasionally, such clothing could be found among discarded garments stored in camp warehouses. In rare cases, civilian workers entering the camp area might secretly provide clothing to prisoners they trusted. Even when clothing could be obtained, escapees still needed to move carefully because documents and identification were also required to travel freely in occupied territory. Most escape plans, therefore, involved traveling through remote areas rather than attempting to pass through towns or checkpoints. These preparations were carried out quietly by small groups of prisoners who trusted one another completely. Trust was essential because one careless word could expose the entire plan. Prisoners who joined such efforts understood the danger involved. If the plan failed, the consequences could extend far beyond the individuals directly involved. Yet despite these risks, preparation continued among those who believed that escape might offer the only chance to reach freedom beyond the camp's boundaries. As preparations progressed, prisoners planning an escape needed to determine the exact moment when their attempt would begin. Timing was one of the most critical aspects of any escape plan. The routines of the camp offered certain periods when movement between different areas occurred regularly. Work details leaving the camp in the morning or returning in the evening created moments when groups of prisoners passed through gates or along paths leading toward the perimeter. During these movements, guards were often focused on keeping the columns organized rather than watching each individual closely. Some escape plans therefore relied on separating from the group during these transitions. If a prisoner could slip away at the right moment, they might reach a hiding place within the camp area before guards noticed their absence. Other escape plans involved hiding inside the camp perimeter for several hours or even days before attempting to leave the area. In such cases, prisoners might conceal themselves in construction sites, warehouses, or storage areas that were rarely searched. The purpose of hiding was to wait until the initial alarm for a missing prisoner had passed. When a prisoner was first reported missing, guards often conducted immediate searches of nearby areas. But if the search failed to locate the prisoner quickly, attention sometimes shifted toward the surrounding countryside. By remaining hidden inside the camp until the search moved elsewhere, escapees hoped to reduce the intensity of surveillance near the fences. Nighttime offered another potential advantage. Although the camp was illuminated by searchlights, darkness still provided some concealment compared to daylight. Escape attempts during the night required careful coordination because prisoners needed to move quietly and avoid creating sounds that could attract attention. The electrified fences surrounding the camp also presented a major obstacle. Prisoners studying the perimeter needed to determine whether there might be sections where the fence could be crossed or bypassed without immediate detection. In some cases, construction or maintenance work created temporary openings or areas where the fence structure was less secure. However, these opportunities were rare and often heavily guarded. Even if prisoners succeeded in passing through the fence, the journey had only just begun. Escapees then needed to move away from the camp as quickly as possible before search parties could locate them. The surrounding countryside presented both opportunities and dangers. Forests and fields offered concealment but also made navigation difficult. Rivers and rural roads could serve as landmarks, but they also increased the risk of encountering patrols or civilians who might report unfamiliar travelers. Because of these challenges, prisoners planning escape attempts often discussed possible routes in advance. They tried to memorize directions and identify landmarks that might guide them once they left the campgrounds. Some prisoners hoped to reach resistance networks operating in nearby regions. Others planned simply to move as far away from the camp as possible before seeking assistance. The uncertainty of what awaited outside the camp meant that every escape attempt involved a journey into the unknown. Yet for those who prepared carefully and watched patiently for the right moment, the possibility of escape remained real. The planning, observation, and quiet determination involved in these preparations formed an important part of the history of Auschwitz escape attempts. Even in a place designed to eliminate freedom entirely, prisoners continued to search for moments when the system of control might briefly allow them to pass beyond the fences and into the wider world beyond the camp. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Escape through work details. One of the few moments when prisoners in Auschwitz moved beyond the immediate barrack sectors occurred during work assignments. Every morning after roll call, large groups of prisoners were organized into work details and marched to different areas of the camp or to labor sites outside the central compound. These movements were carefully supervised by guards, yet they also created a situation where prisoners were no longer confined to a single location within the camp. For prisoners considering escape, these work details sometimes appeared to offer the only practical opportunity to move closer to the camp's outer boundaries. The system of labor inside Auschwitz was extensive. Prisoners were assigned to a wide range of tasks depending on the needs of the camp administration and the surrounding industrial projects. Some worked within the camp itself, repairing buildings, maintaining roads, or carrying supplies between warehouses and kitchens. Others were sent to nearby construction projects where new sections of the camp were being developed. Still others worked in agricultural areas surrounding the camp, cultivating fields, or tending livestock connected to the camp's supply system. Each of these assignments required prisoners to leave the barracks area and move across different parts of the camp complex. These daily movements were highly structured. Prisoners marched in columns under guard supervision, usually accompanied by prisoner functionaries who helped maintain order within the group. Guards walked alongside the columns or followed closely behind, watching for any sign that a prisoner might attempt to separate from the group. The path taken by each work detail was usually the same from one day to the next. Over time, prisoners assigned to these details became familiar with the route, the location of nearby buildings, and the distance between different security points. For prisoners studying the possibility of escape, these repeated movements allowed them to observe details of the camp environment that would otherwise remain hidden. A prisoner working near the perimeter might notice the spacing between watchtowers or the direction taken by patrol guards along the fence line. Another working at a construction site might observe where building materials were stored or where temporary barriers had been erected. These observations gradually formed a mental map of the camp and its surroundings. Such knowledge was essential for anyone hoping to escape. Without understanding the layout of the camp and the behavior of guards, an escape attempt would almost certainly fail within minutes. Yet, even with this knowledge, escaping during a work detail remained extremely dangerous. Guards supervising the labor groups were alert to the possibility that prisoners might attempt to flee. Any prisoner who broke away from the column risked being shot by guards stationed nearby. Because of this danger, escape attempts during work details often required careful planning rather than sudden action. Prisoners considering escape needed to determine whether there might be a moment when supervision was less intense or when movement beyond the group might not immediately attract attention. For example, some construction sites involved large areas where prisoners worked in scattered groups performing different tasks. In such environments, guards might focus on supervising the overall progress of work rather than watching each individual prisoner continuously. If a prisoner could move quietly toward an area partially hidden by equipment or building materials, they might create the brief opportunity needed to slip away from the group. However, such opportunities were rare and difficult to predict. The guards were accustomed to watching prisoners closely, and any unusual movement could quickly attract suspicion. Even if a prisoner managed to separate from the work detail, they still needed to navigate the remaining barriers surrounding the camp. This meant moving through areas that were still visible from watchtowers and crossing open ground where guards could easily detect movement. Despite these challenges, several prisoners continued to consider work details as potential moments for escape. The routine movement outside the barrack sectors represented a small but significant change from the otherwise rigid confinement of camp life. In addition to the physical movement created by work details, these assignments also brought prisoners into contact with different environments beyond the central camp structures. Agricultural labor groups sometimes worked in fields located near the outer perimeter of the campgrounds. From these fields, prisoners could see forests, roads, and distant villages that lay beyond the fences. These glimpses of the outside world reinforced the idea that escape might still be possible, even if the path to freedom was filled with danger. For prisoners who had been confined within the camp for long periods, the sight of open landscapes beyond the barbed wire could have a powerful psychological effect. It reminded them that the camp, despite its size and security, was only one part of a much larger world. Some work details also brought prisoners into contact with civilian workers employed on construction or maintenance projects. These civilians were not prisoners themselves, but they operated within the controlled environment of the camp under the supervision of German authorities. Although communication between prisoners and civilians was extremely limited, brief interactions sometimes occurred when tools or materials were exchanged during work. In rare cases, prisoners attempted to use these moments to gather information about the surrounding region. A prisoner might ask about the direction of a nearby town or the location of a forest beyond the camp boundaries. Such questions needed to be asked carefully because guards could punish both prisoners and civilians for unauthorized contact. Still, even small pieces of information about the geography outside the camp could become valuable for those planning escape attempts. Work details also allowed prisoners to study the terrain surrounding Auschwitz. The area around the camp included open fields, patches of woodland, and small roads connecting nearby settlements. These landscapes might provide concealment for escapees attempting to move away from the camp. However, they also presented challenges. Open fields offered little cover during daylight hours, making it difficult to travel without being seen from a distance. Forested areas provided more protection but could also make navigation difficult, especially for prisoners unfamiliar with the region. Because of these challenges, prisoners planning escape attempts often discussed possible routes in advance. They tried to memorize directions based on landmarks visible from work sites, such as the shape of distant hills or the position of roads leading away from the camp area. Some prisoners hoped to reach towns where resistance networks might exist. Others planned to travel toward borders where crossing into another region might reduce the risk of capture. The journey beyond the camp fences was therefore an important part of any escape plan. Work details provided the first opportunity to observe this landscape closely. They allowed prisoners to imagine how they might move through it if the moment for escape ever arrived. At the same time, the guards supervising these labor groups remained aware that escape attempts could occur during work assignments. Security measures were therefore reinforced whenever prisoners left the barracks sectors. Guards counted prisoners before and after each work shift to ensure that no one was missing. If even a single prisoner failed to return with the group, an immediate alarm could be raised. This system of counting was designed to prevent prisoners from disappearing without notice. Despite these precautions, the routine nature of daily labor meant that work details continued to represent one of the few situations where prisoners could move beyond the most heavily controlled areas of the camp. For those who observed patiently and planned carefully, these moments offered the small but real possibility of attempting escape. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Disguises and Deception in Escape Attempts. For prisoners attempting to escape from Auschwitz, the physical barriers of the camp were only one part of the challenge. Even if a prisoner managed to move beyond the fences, they would still face the difficulty of traveling through occupied territory where their appearance could easily reveal them as escapees. The striped prisoner uniforms issued inside the camp were immediately recognizable. Anyone wearing such clothing outside the camp would attract attention from guards, police patrols, or civilians. Because of this, many escape plans involved some form of disguise. Prisoners needed clothing that would allow them to appear like ordinary civilians or workers moving through the surrounding region. Obtaining such clothing inside Auschwitz was extremely difficult. The camp authorities strictly controlled all clothing and personal belongings. Prisoners usually arrived with very few possessions, and their clothing was often taken away during registration. They were issued standardized uniforms designed to mark them clearly as prisoners. However, certain work assignments occasionally brought prisoners into contact with clothing that did not belong to the camp system. Warehouses stored large numbers of garments that had been collected from arriving prisoners or gathered during various operations connected to the camp administration. Some prisoners assigned to work in storage areas or sorting rooms encountered civilian clothing among these items. If they were able to hide small pieces without being detected, those garments might later be used as part of an escape plan. This process required extreme caution. Guards supervising these work areas were aware that prisoners might attempt to steal clothing, and searches were carried out regularly. Prisoners who managed to obtain civilian clothing needed to conceal it carefully until the moment of escape. Sometimes garments were hidden inside barracks walls, beneath floorboards, or within stacks of unused materials at construction sites. The risk was considerable. Discovery of hidden clothing could expose the entire plan and lead to punishment for those involved. Yet, for prisoners determined to attempt escape, the potential advantage of disguise was worth the danger. Wearing civilian clothing could make it easier to move through the countryside without attracting immediate suspicion. In some cases, prisoners also attempted to create disguises using the limited materials available to them. For example, parts of uniforms might be altered or combined with other garments to resemble work clothing worn by civilian laborers. Even simple changes could make a difference when viewed from a distance. Prisoners understood that guards or patrols might only see them briefly as they passed through fields or along roads. If their clothing appeared ordinary enough, they might avoid immediate recognition as escapees. Of course, clothing alone could not guarantee success. Escapees also needed to behave in ways that did not draw attention. Walking calmly, avoiding crowded roads, and moving mostly at night were common strategies discussed by prisoners planning escape attempts. The combination of disguise and careful movement formed part of a broader approach to deception. By appearing ordinary, escapees hoped to move through dangerous areas without raising suspicion. These ideas developed slowly through observation and discussion among prisoners. Each escape attempt that succeeded or failed contributed new lessons about what might or might not work. Over time, these lessons shaped how prisoners approached the challenge of leaving the camp undetected. Beyond clothing, deception sometimes extended to other aspects of escape planning. Some prisoners attempted to imitate the routines of civilian workers or guards in order to move through areas where their presence might otherwise appear suspicious. For example, if an escape attempt began during a work assignment, prisoners might carry tools or equipment that made them appear to be performing ordinary labor tasks. From a distance, such appearances could briefly confuse guards who were accustomed to seeing prisoners engaged in work. The goal was not to deceive guards completely but to create a moment of hesitation, just enough time to move beyond the immediate area. Another strategy involved timing escape attempts to coincide with periods when civilian workers entered or left the campgrounds. Construction crews, delivery drivers, and technical workers occasionally moved through certain sections of the camp under guard supervision. Prisoners studying these movements sometimes noticed that guards were focused primarily on managing these groups rather than observing every individual nearby. In rare cases, escape attempts were planned to occur during these moments of increased activity. If a prisoner wearing civilian clothing could merge briefly with a group of workers leaving the area, they might pass beyond the immediate security zone before their absence was discovered. Such plans were extremely risky and depended on precise timing. Any mistake could expose the escape attempt immediately. Even when deception allowed prisoners to move beyond the camp perimeter, the journey through the surrounding region remained uncertain. Occupied Poland contained numerous checkpoints, patrol routes, and local authorities working under German control. Escapees needed to avoid these areas whenever possible. Many prisoners planned to travel primarily through forests, farmland, or small rural paths where fewer people were present. Moving at night reduced the risk of being seen, although it also made navigation more difficult. Without maps or reliable directions, escapees relied heavily on memory and observation. Landmarks such as rivers, railway lines, or distant buildings sometimes helped guide their movement across unfamiliar terrain. In addition to avoiding patrols, escapees also needed to consider how they might obtain food or shelter during their journey. Some hoped to reach villages where sympathetic civilians might offer assistance. Others planned to travel long distances before seeking help, believing that moving further from the camp would reduce the chance of capture. These decisions were rarely easy. Approaching strangers carried its own risks because not every civilian was willing or able to help escaped prisoners. Yet for those who succeeded in leaving the camp area, these challenges became part of the long path toward freedom. The use of disguises and deception therefore played a crucial role in several escape attempts from Auschwitz. While these methods could not guarantee success, They provided prisoners with additional tools to overcome the obstacles created by the camp's security system. Combined with careful planning and knowledge of guard routines, such strategies sometimes allowed escapees to move beyond the fences and into the uncertain world outside the camp. Chapter 7, Segment 3. The psychological strength behind escape attempts. For prisoners inside Auschwitz who considered escape, the challenge was not only physical. The barriers surrounding the camp were visible and powerful, but an equally difficult obstacle existed in the psychological pressure created by daily life inside the camp system. The environment had been designed to reduce independence, control movement, and weaken the sense of personal agency among prisoners. Long hours of forced labor, strict routines, limited food, and constant surveillance shaped every day. Under these conditions, even imagining escape required a form of mental resistance. Many prisoners arrived at Auschwitz already exhausted by previous imprisonment, deportation journeys, or the trauma of separation from family and home. When they entered the camp, they encountered a system that appeared overwhelming in its organization and power. The fences, watchtowers, and guards were visible reminders that the camp was designed to prevent anyone from leaving. Roll calls reinforced this message daily, as prisoners stood for long periods while guards counted them repeatedly to ensure that no one was missing. These routines created the impression that escape would be immediately detected and punished. For many prisoners, the constant pressure of survival made it difficult even to think about long-term plans. Each day involved finding enough strength to complete work assignments, endure cold or hunger, and return safely to the barracks. Under such circumstances, the idea of escape could feel distant or unrealistic. Yet, among some prisoners, a different mindset slowly developed. These individuals observed their surroundings carefully and began to recognize that the camp system, despite its strength, still relied on human routines. Guards followed schedules. Work assignments created movement across the camp. Construction projects altered the environment from time to time. By studying these patterns, prisoners realized that the system was not completely static. Small opportunities might appear, even if they were rare and dangerous. The decision to pursue escape, therefore, required a particular form of determination. Prisoners planning escape understood that failure could lead to severe punishment or even death. They also knew that their actions might affect others in the camp if collective punishments were imposed after an escape attempt. Because of this, escape planning was often discussed carefully among small groups who trusted one another deeply. These conversations revealed how much courage was required simply to consider escape. Prisoners needed to weigh the risks not only for themselves but also for their companions. For some, the possibility of reaching freedom outside the camp represented the only remaining hope of survival. For others, escape offered the chance to deliver information about the camp to resistance groups or allied authorities. In these cases, the motivation went beyond personal survival. The act of escaping could become part of a broader effort to reveal what was happening inside the camp. Maintaining such determination over long periods required strong mental resilience. Escape plans often developed slowly, and opportunities could disappear quickly if guards changed routines or construction projects altered the camp environment. Prisoners needed patience to wait for the right moment while continuing to endure daily hardships. During this time, they also had to conceal their intentions carefully. Any sign that someone was planning escape could attract suspicion from guards or prisoner functionaries. Because of this, escape planning often remained hidden beneath ordinary routines of work and conversation. Prisoners continued their assigned tasks while quietly observing details that might later become important. This combination of patience, observation, and determination formed the psychological foundation of many escape attempts. Another important element in the psychology of escape attempts was the role of shared support among prisoners. Life inside Auschwitz was extremely difficult, and many prisoners depended on small acts of cooperation to endure daily conditions. Sharing food, helping someone recover from illness, or offering encouragement during exhausting work shifts were ways in which prisoners supported one another despite the harsh environment. Within this network of quiet cooperation, some prisoners formed deeper bonds based on mutual trust. These relationships often became the basis for escape planning. A prisoner rarely attempted escape entirely alone. The dangers involved meant that cooperation could improve the chances of success. One person might gather information about guard routines while another secured clothing or tools needed for the journey. Others could observe the movement of patrols or identify potential hiding places within the camp area. By working together, prisoners could combine their knowledge and resources. At the same time, cooperation also provided emotional strength. Planning escape required believing that success was possible, even when the surrounding environment suggested otherwise. Conversations between trusted companions allowed prisoners to share hopes and concerns while developing plans together. These discussions helped maintain the motivation needed to continue preparing for an escape attempt. In many cases, the bonds formed during this planning process were as important as the practical preparations themselves. They created a sense of shared purpose that strengthened the resolve of those involved. Yet, even within these trusted groups, uncertainty remained constant. Escape attempts involved entering a world outside the camp that prisoners could not fully predict. Once beyond the fences, escapees would need to navigate unfamiliar landscapes, avoid patrols, and find sources of food or shelter. Many prisoners had been transported to Auschwitz from distant regions and knew little about the surrounding countryside. This uncertainty added another layer of psychological difficulty. Planning an escape meant accepting that the journey beyond the camp might be as dangerous as life inside it. Despite these uncertainties, some prisoners continued to prepare for escape with remarkable determination. Their efforts reflected a broader human impulse to seek freedom even under the most restrictive conditions. The camp system had been designed to remove choice and reduce prisoners to a state of constant dependency on orders and routines. Escape attempts challenged that system by reintroducing the possibility of independent action. Each attempt represented a moment when prisoners chose to act despite the risks. Some of these attempts failed, bringing harsh consequences for those involved. Others succeeded and allowed escapees to reach the outside world, where they could share their experiences and sometimes rejoin resistance movements. Together, these stories illustrate the strength of human determination within the environment of Auschwitz. The psychological courage required to attempt escape was as significant as the physical journey beyond the camp's fences. In the chapters that follow, the narrative will continue to explore how this determination shaped some of the most notable escape attempts in the history of Auschwitz, and how those who succeeded carried their experiences beyond the camp to the wider world. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Notable individual escape attempts. Throughout the history of Auschwitz, many prisoners attempted escape, but only a small number succeeded in leaving the camp and reaching safety beyond the surrounding region. Each successful escape carried significance not only for the individuals involved but also for the broader understanding of the camp system. These attempts demonstrated that, despite the extensive security measures, the structure of the camp could occasionally be overcome through careful planning, patience, and determination. Among the earliest successful escape attempts were those carried out by prisoners who had been assigned to labor groups working outside the central areas of the camp. These assignments sometimes placed prisoners closer to the outer boundaries of the camp complex, creating the rare possibility of moving beyond the fences. One such early escape occurred in 1940, when a Polish prisoner named Tadeusz Witold managed to leave the camp during a work assignment connected to construction activity outside the main perimeter. Witold had been transported to Auschwitz as part of one of the first prisoner groups sent to the newly established camp. At that time, the camp's security system was still developing, and the routines that would later define daily life were not yet fully established. Witold's escape took advantage of this early stage of the camp's organization. While working alongside civilian laborers on a construction project, he managed to slip away from the supervised work detail. Because civilian workers were present at the site, he was able to obtain clothing that allowed him to blend into the surrounding environment. This change of appearance helped him move away from the immediate area without drawing attention. Once beyond the campgrounds, Witold began the difficult journey through occupied Poland, attempting to avoid patrols and checkpoints while traveling toward areas where he might find assistance. His successful escape had a strong impact on the camp authorities. Until that moment, the SS administration had believed that the existing security measures were sufficient to prevent prisoners from fleeing. After the escape was discovered, the guards quickly implemented additional procedures to strengthen surveillance. Patrols were increased, and greater attention was placed on supervising work details that operated near the camp perimeter. The escape also had a powerful effect on the prisoner population inside Auschwitz. News of the event spread quietly through the barracks and work groups, carried by whispered conversations between prisoners. For many inmates, the story represented proof that escape was possible. Even though the risks remained enormous, the example of someone successfully leaving the camp encouraged others to observe their surroundings more carefully. It demonstrated that determination and careful planning could sometimes overcome the barriers surrounding the camp. At the same time, the camp authorities made it clear that future escape attempts would not be tolerated. Punishments for captured escapees became harsher, and collective disciplinary measures were introduced to discourage cooperation among prisoners. Roll calls following escape attempts were extended for long periods while guards searched for missing individuals. These measures were intended to reinforce the authority of the camp administration and discourage prisoners from considering similar actions. Yet, despite these efforts, the story of early escapes continued to circulate among prisoners. Each account became part of a growing understanding of how escape attempts could unfold within the camp environment. Prisoners who studied these stories paid close attention to the details. They considered how the escape had been planned, what conditions had made it possible, and how the camp authorities had responded afterward. This process of learning from earlier attempts would influence many later escape plans. As the camp expanded during the early 1940s, individual escape attempts continued to occur under increasingly difficult conditions. Security around Auschwitz became more structured, and the SS administration worked to eliminate the weaknesses that earlier escapees had exploited. Electrified fences were reinforced, additional watchtowers were constructed, and patrol routines became more organized. Despite these changes, the possibility of escape remained present for prisoners who continued to observe the environment carefully. Some of the most notable escape attempts involved prisoners who had spent long periods inside the camp and had developed a detailed understanding of its routines. These individuals often possessed knowledge about guard shifts, work assignments, and the layout of the camp complex that new arrivals did not yet have. By combining this knowledge with careful planning, they were sometimes able to identify rare moments when an escape attempt might succeed. One important example occurred in June 1942 when 4 Polish prisoners, Kazimierz Piechowski, Stanislaw Gustaw-Jaster, Józef Lempart, and Eugeniusz Bendera, carried out one of the most remarkable escape attempts in the history of Auschwitz. Their plan involved an unusual strategy that relied on disguise and deception rather than simply attempting to cross the fences. The group had observed that guards and vehicles moved through certain sections of the camp during daily operations. By carefully studying these movements, they developed a plan that involved acquiring SS uniforms and using a vehicle to leave the campgrounds. The escape required extraordinary preparation and precise timing. Piechowski and his companions managed to obtain uniforms resembling those worn by SS guards and gained access to a car that was used for transporting supplies within the camp. Wearing the uniforms, They approached the main gate and presented themselves as if they were performing official duties. Because guards at the gate were accustomed to seeing SS personnel moving vehicles in and out of the camp, the escapees were able to pass through the checkpoint without immediate suspicion. Once outside the gate, they drove away from the camp and continued their journey through the surrounding region. Their escape demonstrated how deception and careful observation of camp routines could sometimes overcome the security system. After leaving the camp area, the group abandoned the vehicle and traveled separately to avoid capture. Eventually, they reached areas where resistance networks operated and were able to avoid recapture. The success of this escape had a strong impact both inside and outside the camp. For prisoners who heard about it later, the story represented an extraordinary example of courage and ingenuity. It showed that escape attempts could take many forms and that careful planning could sometimes create unexpected opportunities. For the camp authorities, however, the escape represented a serious failure of security. After the incident, additional measures were implemented to control vehicle movement and restrict access to uniforms or equipment that could be used in disguise. These changes reflected the ongoing effort by the SS administration to maintain complete control over the camp system. Yet, despite these increased precautions, the determination of prisoners to attempt escape did not disappear. Stories of successful attempts continued to circulate quietly among inmates, reminding them that the boundaries of the camp, while formidable, were not entirely unbreakable. Chapter 8, Segment 2. The Vrba-Wetzler escape. Among the many escape attempts connected to Auschwitz, one of the most historically significant occurred in April 1944 when two Slovak prisoners, Rudolf Vrba and Alfred Wetzler, managed to leave the camp and later deliver a detailed report describing what they had witnessed inside. Their escape became especially important because it carried information about the operation of Auschwitz to the outside world at a time when the camp system had expanded significantly. The two men had spent considerable time inside the camp and had developed a detailed understanding of its routines, structure, and the movement of prisoners through different sections of the complex. Both Vrba and Wetzler were assigned to work duties within Auschwitz-Birkenau, an area that had grown into a vast network of barracks, roads, and security zones. Through their work assignments, they had observed how transport trains arrived at the camp carrying prisoners from many regions across Europe. They saw how newly arrived deportees were processed through different areas of the camp and how the camp administration organized these operations. Over time, they began to understand the larger structure of the camp and the role it played within the Nazi system of imprisonment and deportation. By early 1944, the two men concluded that remaining inside the camp offered little possibility of survival and that escaping might allow them to carry information beyond the fences. They believed that if they could reach resistance networks outside the camp, they could describe the realities of Auschwitz to people who had not yet seen it themselves. This objective required careful planning because the camp security system had become extremely strong by that time. The perimeter of Auschwitz-Birkenau was surrounded by electrified fences and guarded towers that watched the surrounding area continuously. Patrols moved along the outer paths while searchlights illuminated the fences at night. To overcome these barriers, Vrba and Wetzler studied the routines of guards and the movement of prisoners within the camp for several weeks. They knew that escape attempts were usually followed by immediate searches of the surrounding area. Guards would comb nearby buildings, storage areas, and open ground in order to locate anyone who might still be hiding inside the perimeter. Because of this, the two men developed a strategy that relied on remaining concealed inside the camp for several days before attempting to leave the area. Their plan involved hiding in a carefully chosen location where they could avoid detection during the initial search period. They selected a spot within a section of the camp perimeter where stacks of construction materials were stored. These piles of boards and other materials created narrow spaces where a person could remain hidden if they were careful and patient. Before carrying out the plan, they gathered small supplies that would help them survive during the days of concealment. These included food and items that could help mask their scent from search dogs that might be used by guards during the search. The preparation required complete secrecy. Only a small number of trusted prisoners knew about the plan, and even they were not informed of every detail. On April 7, 1944, the two men slipped away from their assigned work detail and entered the hiding place within the stacks of materials. As expected, the camp authorities soon discovered that prisoners were missing. Guards began a systematic search of the camp and surrounding areas, attempting to locate the escapees before they could leave the perimeter. For several days, Vrba and Wetzler remained completely silent inside their hiding place. They listened as guards and search dogs moved through the area nearby, sometimes coming very close to their concealed position. Remaining hidden required extraordinary patience and discipline. Any movement or sound might have revealed their presence. Yet they understood that if they could wait long enough, the search would eventually shift outward beyond the camp perimeter. After 3 days, the search within the camp perimeter began to diminish. Guards believed that the missing prisoners had already escaped beyond the fences, and their attention turned toward patrols in the surrounding countryside. At that moment, Vrba and Wetzler left their hiding place and began the second stage of their plan. Moving cautiously through the camp area during nighttime hours, they approached the outer perimeter and found a way to pass beyond the electrified fence system. Once outside the campgrounds, they entered the forests and fields surrounding Auschwitz, beginning a journey that would take them across occupied territory toward Slovakia. The journey was long and uncertain. Without official documents or reliable maps, they needed to navigate using memory, observation, and guidance from people they encountered along the way. During the day, they hid in forests or remote areas to avoid being seen. At night, they traveled along rural paths and across fields, gradually increasing the distance between themselves and the camp. The region surrounding Auschwitz contained numerous patrol routes and checkpoints operated by German authorities, so avoiding roads and populated areas was essential. Despite these dangers, the two escapees continued their journey with determination. After nearly 2 weeks of travel, they eventually reached Slovakia, where they encountered members of the Slovak resistance. Once in a safer environment, Vrba and Wetzler began describing everything they had witnessed inside Auschwitz. Their testimony was written down and organized into a detailed report that described the structure of the camp, the arrival of deportation trains, and the conditions experienced by prisoners. The document became known as the Vrba-Wetzler report. It included descriptions of the camp layout, estimates of the number of prisoners transported to Auschwitz from various countries, and explanations of how the camp administration processed arriving deportees. Copies of the report were circulated through resistance networks and eventually reached international organizations and allied governments. Historians later recognized this document as one of the earliest comprehensive descriptions of Auschwitz to reach the outside world during the war. For the prisoners who remained inside the camp, the knowledge that such information had reached beyond the fences carried deep meaning. It suggested that the isolation imposed by the camp authorities was not complete. Through the actions of escapees like Vrba and Wetzler, the outside world was beginning to learn about the realities of Auschwitz. Their escape, therefore, represented more than a personal act of survival. It became an important moment in the broader history of resistance connected to the camp. By carrying their experiences beyond the camp's boundaries, they helped ensure that the story of Auschwitz would not remain hidden behind its fences and watchtowers. Chapter 8, Segment 3. The Impact of Escape Attempts Inside the Camp. Within Auschwitz, every escape attempt had consequences that reached far beyond the individuals directly involved. When a prisoner managed to flee, or even when an attempt was discovered before it succeeded, the entire camp environment changed for a period of time. Guards reacted quickly, security procedures intensified, and the daily routines of prisoners were often disrupted as the administration tried to reassert control. For prisoners living inside the camp, These moments created a mixture of tension, uncertainty, and quiet reflection. On the one hand, escape attempts reminded everyone of the risks involved in challenging the camp's authority. On the other hand, they demonstrated that the system surrounding Auschwitz was not entirely unbreakable. When guards discovered that a prisoner was missing, the immediate response was usually an alarm that spread through the camp complex. Sirens or shouted orders signaled that an escape attempt had occurred. Work details might be halted and prisoners ordered back to assembly areas for roll calls. These roll calls were often extended far longer than usual as guards counted prisoners repeatedly to confirm the number of missing individuals. During these moments, prisoners were required to stand in formation regardless of weather conditions. The purpose of these extended roll calls was both practical and symbolic. Guards needed to determine exactly who was missing, but they also wanted to demonstrate the authority of the camp administration. By forcing thousands of prisoners to stand in silence while the search continued, the SS attempted to reinforce the message that escape would not be tolerated. At the same time, search teams moved quickly through the camp and surrounding areas. Guards inspected barracks, warehouses, construction sites, and storage areas where a prisoner might attempt to hide. Dogs were sometimes used during these searches to track scents left by escapees. If the search failed to locate the prisoner inside the camp perimeter, patrols were expanded into nearby forests and villages. Local police units and military patrols might also be alerted to watch for suspicious individuals traveling through the region. Inside the camp, the atmosphere during these searches was tense. Prisoners waited for long hours during roll calls, unsure how long the process would continue. Some worried that collective punishment might follow if the escapee had belonged to their barracks or work group. Others listened quietly for news or rumors about the attempt. Information inside the camp often spread through whispered conversations rather than official announcements. Prisoners who had observed unusual movements earlier in the day might speculate about who had escaped and how the attempt had been carried out. These discussions reflected both curiosity and concern. For prisoners who had never considered escape themselves, the event served as a reminder of the constant surveillance surrounding them. For those who had quietly imagined the possibility of escape, the attempt offered valuable insight into how such plans might unfold. Even failed attempts could provide lessons about the strengths and weaknesses of the camp security system. Prisoners paid attention to how quickly guards reacted, which areas were searched first, and how patrols were organized after the alarm. These observations became part of the shared knowledge circulating among prisoners who continued to study the environment around them. Beyond the immediate response from guards, escape attempts also had a deeper psychological effect on the prisoner population. Life inside Auschwitz was shaped by routines designed to control every movement. Prisoners marched to work details, returned to barracks, and assembled for roll calls according to strict schedules. Under such conditions, it was easy to feel that every possibility of independent action had been removed. Escape attempts challenged this perception. Even when they failed, they reminded prisoners that individuals could still make decisions outside the strict routines imposed by the camp authorities. Stories about escape attempts often circulated quietly among prisoners after the immediate search had ended. These stories might include details about how the escape was planned, which routes were taken, or how guards had responded. In some cases, the identity of the escapee became known within certain barracks or work groups. Prisoners who had known the individual personally might speak about their determination or the preparations they had made before attempting to leave. Such stories were rarely discussed openly because guards could punish prisoners for spreading information related to escape attempts. Instead, they were shared carefully during moments when supervision was less strict, such as during work breaks or while resting inside the barracks at night. These conversations served several purposes. For some prisoners, they offered a sense of hope, demonstrating that the camp system, despite its strength, had limits. For others, they provided practical knowledge that might influence future escape plans. Details about guard routines, hiding places, or routes beyond the camp perimeter became part of the collective memory among prisoners who observed their surroundings carefully. At the same time, escape attempts also reinforced the dangers of resistance within the camp. Prisoners were aware that captured escapees could face severe punishment, and collective disciplinary measures sometimes followed unsuccessful attempts. This knowledge created a complex emotional response. While some prisoners admired the courage required to attempt escape, others feared the consequences that might follow. The camp administration relied on this tension to maintain control. By imposing strict punishments after escape attempts, the guards hoped to discourage further resistance. Yet, despite these efforts, the idea of escape never disappeared completely from the prisoner community. The stories of successful escapes, even when rare, continued to circulate quietly. They became part of the broader narrative of life inside Auschwitz, illustrating how individuals responded to the extreme conditions imposed by the camp system. Over time, these stories contributed to a deeper understanding of the camp environment. They showed that escape attempts were not isolated events but part of a larger pattern of observation, planning, and determination among prisoners. In the chapters that follow, this narrative will continue to explore how escape attempts evolved as the war progressed and how some of the most significant escapes from Auschwitz carried information and testimony beyond the camp fences to the wider world. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Organized Resistance Inside Auschwitz. As the years passed and the prisoner population of Auschwitz continued to grow, small networks of resistance slowly formed within the camp itself. These networks were not visible in the way that organized resistance movements operated outside the camp. Inside Auschwitz, every action had to remain quiet, careful, and hidden beneath the ordinary routines of daily life. Yet even under these conditions, prisoners from different backgrounds began finding ways to cooperate with one another. Some had already been members of underground movements before their arrest. Others simply believed that surviving inside the camp required mutual support and shared effort. Over time, these informal relationships developed into small groups that quietly exchanged information, shared resources, and sometimes discussed the possibility of escape. One of the earliest organized resistance efforts inside Auschwitz began among Polish prisoners who had been arrested during the early stages of the German occupation. Many of these individuals had been involved in political activity or resistance organizations before their imprisonment. When they arrived in the camp, they carried with them a strong sense of responsibility to continue resisting the occupation even within the camp environment. These prisoners understood that direct confrontation with the camp authorities was impossible. The SS controlled the camp with overwhelming force, and any open rebellion would likely result in immediate punishment. Instead, resistance inside Auschwitz developed through quieter methods. Prisoners focused on gathering information, maintaining communication with trusted companions, and observing the daily operations of the camp administration. These efforts often took place during work assignments where prisoners from different barracks or national groups could meet briefly and exchange information. Kitchens, workshops, storage areas, and construction sites sometimes became informal meeting points where prisoners could speak without drawing too much attention. Even then, conversations had to remain cautious. Guards and prisoner functionaries were always present nearby, and careless words could lead to serious consequences. Through these quiet interactions, prisoners began to build networks of trust that extended across different parts of the camp complex. Some members of these networks were assigned to positions that allowed them to observe important aspects of camp life. Prisoners working in administrative offices, warehouses, or transport areas occasionally had access to information about the arrival of new prisoners or the movement of work details within the camp. Although they had no official authority, These individuals could sometimes share valuable knowledge with others inside the resistance network. Such information helped prisoners understand how the camp system operated on a daily basis. It also provided insight into the routines that shaped guard patrols, work assignments, and the organization of the camp environment. This knowledge became especially important for prisoners who hoped to plan escape attempts. The resistance networks also helped maintain a sense of solidarity among prisoners who might otherwise feel isolated by the camp's harsh conditions. Life inside Auschwitz was intentionally designed to weaken cooperation between prisoners. The administration relied on strict discipline and competition for limited resources to create divisions within the prisoner population. Resistance groups attempted to counter these pressures by encouraging cooperation whenever possible. Members of the network sometimes shared food or clothing with prisoners in greater need. They also helped new arrivals understand the routines of the camp so they could avoid unnecessary punishment. These acts of assistance might appear small in isolation, but together they created a foundation of trust that allowed resistance networks to grow slowly over time. Within this environment of quiet cooperation, discussions about escape began to appear more frequently. Prisoners involved in resistance networks recognized that escape attempts could serve two purposes. For the individuals involved, escape offered the possibility of survival beyond the camp. But escape could also allow information about Auschwitz to reach the outside world. If an escapee managed to reach resistance groups operating in occupied territories, they could describe the conditions inside the camp and report what they had witnessed. For this reason, escape attempts were often discussed not only as personal acts of survival, but also as part of a broader effort to communicate with the outside world. As these resistance networks developed further, their members began considering how they might coordinate escape attempts more effectively. Planning an escape required far more than simply reaching the perimeter fence. Prisoners needed to understand guard routines, identify possible hiding places within the camp area, and determine how escapees might travel safely once outside the camp. Resistance groups therefore became valuable sources of information for prisoners preparing such attempts. Members of the network could share knowledge gathered from different parts of the camp complex. A prisoner working in a warehouse might know about stored clothing that could serve as a disguise. Another working near the perimeter might observe the timing of patrol movements along the fence. By combining these observations, resistance networks could help create a more complete picture of the camp's security system. Cooperation also allowed escape plans to be developed more carefully. Rather than relying on sudden opportunities, prisoners could prepare for an attempt over a longer period. Supplies such as food or tools could be hidden in safe locations until the moment of escape. Routes through the surrounding countryside could be discussed based on knowledge shared by prisoners who were familiar with the region. Some members of the resistance network even attempted to maintain contact with underground movements outside the camp. Communication between Auschwitz and the outside world was extremely limited, but occasional opportunities existed through civilian workers or prisoners assigned to duties that brought them into contact with people beyond the camp perimeter. These connections allowed small pieces of information to travel outward, creating a fragile link between the camp and resistance organizations operating elsewhere. The existence of such networks increased the chances that an escapee might eventually reach assistance once they left the campgrounds. Yet, the presence of organized resistance also created serious risks. The camp authorities were aware that prisoners might attempt to cooperate with one another, and they closely monitored any signs of organized activity. Informants and surveillance were used to detect potential resistance efforts. If guards suspected that prisoners were forming underground groups, they could carry out investigations that included searches, interrogations, and punishments. Because of this danger, resistance networks inside Auschwitz remained extremely cautious. Membership was limited, and information was shared only with those considered trustworthy. Even within the network itself, Different members sometimes knew only part of the overall structure in order to reduce the risk of exposure if someone were captured. Despite these precautions, the existence of resistance networks inside Auschwitz played an important role in the history of escape attempts. They helped prisoners gather the information needed to plan escapes and provided a sense of collective purpose that strengthened their determination. These networks also ensured that when escape attempts succeeded, the individuals involved would carry more than their own personal stories beyond the camp fences. They would carry knowledge about the camp system itself. In this way, the quiet resistance inside Auschwitz contributed directly to the flow of information that eventually reached the outside world, revealing the realities of the camp to people far beyond its watchtowers and fences. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Cooperation between escapees and the outside world. For prisoners who managed to leave Auschwitz successfully, the journey did not end once they passed beyond the electrified fences of the camp. In many ways, the most uncertain part of the escape began only after the escapees entered the countryside surrounding the camp complex. The region was under German occupation, and patrols, checkpoints, and local authorities operated throughout the area. Any unfamiliar person traveling without proper identification risked being stopped and questioned. For escapees wearing prison uniforms or traveling in suspicious circumstances, the danger of capture remained extremely high. Because of this, cooperation with resistance networks outside the camp became one of the most important factors determining whether an escape attempt would ultimately succeed. During the years of the war, underground resistance movements had formed across many parts of occupied Europe. In Poland, these networks included members of the Home Army and other organizations that worked secretly against the German occupation. Their activities ranged from gathering intelligence to assisting prisoners and refugees who managed to escape from camps or forced labor sites. While direct contact between Auschwitz and the outside resistance was difficult, small connections sometimes existed through civilians who worked near the camp or through prisoners who had previously been involved in resistance organizations before their arrest. These connections created fragile lines of communication that occasionally helped escapees reach safety. When prisoners planned escape attempts, they often discussed possible routes that might lead them toward areas where resistance networks were active. Prisoners who had lived in the region before their arrest sometimes shared knowledge about nearby towns, forests, and roads that could guide escapees away from the camp. Forested areas were especially important because they provided concealment from patrols while allowing escapees to travel long distances without entering heavily monitored roads. Rivers and railway lines also served as landmarks that could help guide movement across unfamiliar terrain. Despite this preparation, the journey outside the camp remained extremely difficult. Escapees typically traveled at night to reduce the chance of being seen. During the day, they hid in forests, barns, or abandoned buildings where they could rest and avoid detection. Food was often scarce, and escapees depended on whatever supplies they had managed to carry with them from the camp. Sometimes sympathetic civilians provided assistance, offering food or directions while carefully avoiding attracting attention from authorities. These acts of assistance carried great risk because German occupation policies imposed severe punishments on anyone caught helping escaped prisoners. Despite these dangers, some civilians continued to provide help when possible, recognizing the desperate circumstances faced by those fleeing from camps like Auschwitz. When escapees managed to reach organized resistance networks, their journey entered a new phase. Resistance members could provide temporary shelter, food, and guidance for traveling to safer regions. In some cases, escapees were moved between different safe locations until they could be transported to areas where German control was weaker. Resistance groups also recognized that escapees from Auschwitz carried valuable information about conditions inside the camp. As a result, they often interviewed escapees carefully, recording their descriptions of the camp structure, routines, and the treatment of prisoners. These testimonies were sometimes written down and passed along through underground channels to resistance leaders and eventually to representatives of Allied governments. Through this process, the experiences of individual escapees became part of a larger effort to reveal what was happening inside the camp system. Each successful escape, therefore, had the potential to carry new information beyond the camp's fences. The cooperation between escapees and resistance networks created an important link between the isolated environment of Auschwitz and the wider world outside. While the camp authorities worked hard to prevent prisoners from communicating with the outside world, escape attempts sometimes broke through this barrier. Prisoners who reached resistance contacts could describe the conditions they had witnessed inside the camp in detail. These descriptions included information about the layout of the camp complex, the daily routines imposed on prisoners, and the growing number of deportations arriving from across Europe. In some cases, escapees also provided maps showing the location of barracks, fences, and guard towers. Such information helped resistance groups and Allied observers begin to understand the scale and organization of the camp system. The importance of these reports grew as the war progressed. By the early 1940s, Auschwitz had expanded into a vast complex that included multiple camps and subcamps connected to industrial operations and transportation networks. The camp's role within the broader system of Nazi imprisonment and deportation became increasingly significant. Yet much of this activity remained hidden from public view because the camp was located in a controlled area under strict surveillance. Escapees, therefore, became one of the few sources of direct testimony available to resistance organizations and international observers. Their reports helped build a clearer picture of what was happening within the camp complex. Resistance networks worked carefully to transmit these reports through underground communication channels. Messages were often carried by couriers traveling between different regions, sometimes across national borders. The process could take weeks or months, and there was always a risk that the information might be intercepted by German authorities. Despite these dangers, the reports continued to circulate, gradually reaching organizations and governments that were trying to understand the realities of the Nazi camp system. For prisoners who remained inside Auschwitz, the knowledge that such reports were reaching the outside world carried great meaning. Although they were physically confined within the camp, the stories of escapees suggested that their experiences were not entirely hidden. Through the actions of those who had managed to flee, information about the camp was slowly spreading beyond its watchtowers and fences. This awareness strengthened the determination of some prisoners to continue planning escape attempts despite the risks involved. Each successful escape represented not only an act of personal survival but also a connection between the prisoners and the outside world. The cooperation between escapees and resistance networks therefore became an essential part of the broader story of Auschwitz. It demonstrated how individuals working in secrecy and under extreme danger could challenge the isolation imposed by the camp system. By carrying their experiences beyond the camp boundaries, escapees helped ensure that the history of Auschwitz would eventually be known far beyond the region where the camp once stood. Chapter 9, Segment 3. Reports that reached the outside world. By the later years of the war, a small number of escape attempts from Auschwitz began to produce something that the SS administration had tried very carefully to prevent. Information from inside the camp was reaching the outside world in increasing detail. These reports did not appear suddenly or dramatically. They moved slowly through underground channels, carried by individuals who understood the importance of preserving what the escapees had witnessed. Each report added another piece to a larger picture that had previously been hidden behind the fences and guard towers of the camp complex. For prisoners inside Auschwitz, the camp often felt completely isolated from the outside world. Communication with families was heavily restricted, and letters were censored carefully before leaving the camp. Radios and newspapers were forbidden. Guards controlled the movement of prisoners throughout the compound, and the surrounding region was monitored closely by German authorities. Under these conditions, it was easy to believe that the events inside the camp might remain unknown to the rest of the world. Escape attempts therefore carried a meaning that extended far beyond the personal survival of the individuals involved. When prisoners managed to leave the camp and reach resistance contacts, they carried knowledge that could challenge the secrecy surrounding the camp system. Resistance groups that received these escapees often recognized immediately how valuable their testimony could be. In quiet rooms far from the camp, escapees were asked to describe everything they had seen during their imprisonment. They spoke about the structure of the camp, the number of prisoners held in different sections, and the daily routines that shaped life inside the compound. They described the presence of guard towers, electrified fences, and the strict discipline enforced by the SS administration. Some escapees had also worked in areas where they could observe the arrival of new prisoners or the organization of transports entering the camp. These observations allowed them to provide details about the scale of deportations taking place across occupied Europe. Resistance members listened carefully and wrote down the information as accurately as possible. These written reports were then passed along through underground networks that connected different regions of occupied Europe. The process of transmitting the information required patience and caution. Couriers traveled between towns and cities carrying documents hidden among ordinary belongings. Messages were copied and distributed so that if one courier was captured, the information would not be completely lost. Through this gradual process, the reports eventually reached larger resistance organizations and representatives of Allied governments. The existence of these reports did not immediately change the situation inside the camp. Auschwitz continued to operate under the control of the SS administration, and the prisoners still lived under the same harsh conditions that had shaped daily life for years. But the information provided by escapees helped ensure that the camp would no longer remain entirely hidden from outside observers. For the first time, individuals beyond the immediate region could begin to understand the structure and scale of what was happening inside the camp system. Among the most significant results of these escape attempts were the detailed testimonies that eventually circulated widely among resistance networks and Allied authorities. Some escapees were able to provide descriptions that included maps of the camp layout, the locations of different barracks, and the arrangement of fences and guard towers. Others described the various categories of prisoners held within the camp and the work assignments that structured daily life. By combining these different testimonies, resistance organizations gradually assembled a clearer understanding of how Auschwitz functioned as part of the broader network of camps created by the Nazi regime. These reports also helped confirm earlier suspicions about the scale of deportations occurring across occupied territories. Resistance members who studied the escapees' testimony could compare it with information gathered from railway records, local witnesses, and other sources. When these pieces were placed together, they revealed a pattern that suggested the camp system was far larger and more organized than many people had previously understood. Although the reports often moved slowly through underground channels, they represented one of the earliest sources of direct information about Auschwitz available to the outside world. The courage required to produce these reports should not be underestimated. Escapees who shared their testimony understood that they were exposing themselves to continued danger. Even after leaving the camp, they were still living in territories controlled by German authorities. If they were captured again, they faced severe punishment. Yet many chose to speak openly about what they had witnessed, believing that their experiences should not remain hidden. Resistance members who recorded these testimonies also faced significant risks. Possessing documents that described the camp system could bring serious consequences if discovered by German authorities. For this reason, the reports were often stored secretly and passed carefully between trusted individuals. Despite these dangers, the flow of information continued. Each testimony added to the growing body of evidence about the existence and operation of Auschwitz. For prisoners who remained inside the camp, The knowledge that some escapees had succeeded in reaching the outside world offered a rare sense of connection beyond the fences. Even though they could not see the results directly, the possibility that their experiences might eventually become known provided a quiet source of determination. Escape attempts therefore carried a meaning that extended beyond the moment of flight. They created a bridge between the isolated environment of the camp and the wider world beyond it. Through the efforts of those who escaped and those who helped record their stories, information about Auschwitz gradually spread across Europe and beyond. These reports ensured that the history of the camp would not remain confined to the grounds where it had once stood, but would instead become part of a larger historical record that future generations could study and understand. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The Consequences of Escape Attempts. Within the structured environment of Auschwitz, every escape attempt had consequences that extended far beyond the individuals directly involved. The camp administration viewed escapes as a serious challenge to its authority and to the image of control that the SS sought to maintain. Because of this, the response to escape attempts was designed to discourage others from attempting the same act. Guards and administrators carefully monitored the prisoner population for any signs that someone might be preparing to flee. When an escape was discovered, the reaction inside the camp often followed a familiar pattern that had been established early in the camp's operation. The first indication of an escape usually appeared during the daily roll call, when prisoners were counted and compared with the official records of the barracks. Roll calls took place at the beginning and end of each working day, and sometimes lasted for long periods while guards confirmed that every prisoner was present. If the count revealed that someone was missing, the camp authorities immediately began searching for the individual within the campgrounds. Guards moved through barracks, work areas, storage buildings, and nearby forests looking for any sign that the escapee might still be hiding within the perimeter. These searches could last for hours, and during this time the rest of the prisoner population was often required to remain standing in formation while the investigation continued. The purpose of this procedure was not only to locate the missing prisoner, but also to reinforce the message that every escape attempt affected the entire camp population. Prisoners standing in the roll call square understood that the search could continue for long periods, sometimes in difficult weather conditions. This situation created additional pressure within the prisoner community itself. Those who considered attempting escape knew that their actions might bring immediate hardship to their fellow prisoners if the attempt was discovered. Once the camp authorities confirmed that an escape had occurred, they typically expanded the search beyond the camp perimeter. Patrols were sent into the surrounding countryside, and nearby police stations were notified. German authorities in the region received descriptions of the escapee and were instructed to watch for anyone traveling without proper identification. Roads, railway stations, and villages in the surrounding area became part of the search network designed to capture escaped prisoners before they could travel too far from the camp. Despite these efforts, the search process was not always successful. Some escapees managed to leave the immediate region before patrols could locate them. In those cases, the camp administration focused on reinforcing discipline within the camp itself. The SS leadership believed that strict responses to escape attempts would discourage further attempts by showing prisoners that escape carried serious risks not only for the individual but also for others around them. As a result, punishments connected to escape attempts were often intended to serve as examples to the rest of the prisoner population. The exact form of these responses varied depending on the circumstances of each case, but the underlying purpose remained consistent. The camp administration wanted to demonstrate that the system of surveillance and control surrounding Auschwitz was meant to prevent escape and that attempts to challenge this system would be answered with firm measures. These responses became part of the broader environment of discipline that shaped daily life inside the camp. The consequences of escape attempts also influenced how prisoners themselves approached the idea of fleeing from Auschwitz. Within the barracks and work details, conversations about escape were often careful and private. Prisoners understood that planning an escape required trust and cooperation, but they also recognized that unsuccessful attempts could bring hardship to others within the camp. Because of this, escape plans were rarely discussed openly. Instead, they were shared only among small groups of individuals who believed they could rely on one another's discretion. This cautious approach reflected the complicated reality of life inside the camp. On one hand, the desire to escape remained strong among many prisoners who hoped to survive beyond the camp environment. On the other hand, the awareness of potential consequences created a sense of responsibility toward fellow prisoners who might be affected by a failed attempt. These tensions shaped the decisions prisoners made when considering whether or how to attempt escape. The camp administration's responses also influenced the broader structure of security within Auschwitz. Each escape attempt prompted officials to review the routines that governed guard patrols, work assignments, and movement within the camp. If an escape was believed to have occurred during a particular work detail or through a specific area of the perimeter, that location often received increased surveillance afterward. Additional guards might be assigned to watch certain sections of the fence, and prisoner work groups could be reorganized to reduce opportunities for movement near the perimeter. These adjustments reflected the ongoing effort by the camp administration to maintain strict control over the environment of the camp. Even small changes in routine could affect how prisoners moved through the camp complex during their daily assignments. For example, some work details that had previously operated near the outer fence might be relocated further inside the campgrounds. In other cases, the timing of patrols was altered to ensure that guards passed certain locations more frequently. These measures were intended to reduce the possibility that prisoners could study guard routines closely enough to identify moments when surveillance was weaker. At the same time, prisoners continued observing the environment around them, quietly noting patterns in guard movements and changes in the camp routine. This constant observation became an important part of how escape attempts were planned. Prisoners understood that the camp security system was complex but not entirely unpredictable. By watching carefully over long periods of time, they could sometimes identify small gaps in the routine that might allow an escape attempt to begin. In this way, the history of escape attempts from Auschwitz became a continuing interaction between prisoners seeking opportunities and the camp administration attempting to close them. Each escape attempt influenced how the camp functioned afterward, shaping both the security measures imposed by the guards and the strategies considered by prisoners who still hoped to leave the camp behind. Chapter 10, Segment 2. The Legacy of Escape Attempts. As the war continued and the camp system expanded across occupied Europe, the story of escape attempts from Auschwitz slowly became part of a much larger historical record. At the time, each escape attempt was an isolated event shaped by the immediate circumstances of life inside the camp. Prisoners planned quietly, watched the routines of guards, and waited for the rare moment when movement toward the perimeter might be possible. For those involved, the attempt represented a deeply personal decision that carried enormous risk. Yet when historians later examined the history of Auschwitz, these individual acts formed a broader pattern that revealed much about the structure of the camp and the determination of those imprisoned within it. Escape attempts demonstrated that even within one of the most controlled environments created during the war, prisoners continued searching for ways to challenge the limits imposed upon them. The camp administration had designed Auschwitz to function as a closed system. Barbed wire fences, guard towers, patrol roads, and strict rules governing prisoner movement were all part of a structure intended to prevent prisoners from leaving. In addition to these physical barriers, the camp relied on surveillance and discipline to maintain order. Guards monitored work details, roll calls recorded the presence of every prisoner, and punishments were used to discourage any act that might threaten the stability of the camp system. Despite these measures, the history of Auschwitz shows that prisoners never stopped observing the environment around them. They studied the routines of guards, the timing of patrols, and the layout of work areas where movement was possible. This careful observation sometimes allowed them to identify opportunities that the camp administration had not anticipated. The planning of escape attempts often required cooperation between several prisoners. One individual might gather information about patrol routes, another might obtain clothing or tools that could assist in disguise, and others might watch for the moment when a particular section of the camp perimeter was less closely guarded. These efforts were rarely visible to the camp authorities because they were hidden within the normal routines of daily life. Prisoners spoke quietly during work assignments or exchanged information in brief conversations while moving between barracks and labor details. Through these interactions, they slowly built the knowledge needed to attempt escape. Although many attempts ended in failure, the fact that they occurred at all illustrates the persistence of prisoners who refused to accept the camp's barriers as absolute. Some prisoners hoped that escape would allow them to reach their families or communities beyond the camp. Others believed that escaping might enable them to report what they had witnessed inside Auschwitz to resistance groups or Allied authorities. In either case, escape represented a break from the isolation that the camp system attempted to impose. Each attempt carried the possibility that information from inside the camp might reach the outside world. When escapees succeeded in traveling beyond the immediate region surrounding the camp, they sometimes encountered resistance networks that were already working against the German occupation. Members of these networks understood that escapees from Auschwitz could provide valuable information about the structure and conditions of the camp. They recorded the escapees' testimony carefully, preserving details that would later become part of historical investigations into the camp system. Through this process, individual escape attempts began contributing to a wider understanding of Auschwitz and its role within the broader network of camps established during the war. In the years that followed the end of the war, the stories of escape attempts from Auschwitz continued to shape how historians and researchers studied the camp's history. Survivor testimonies became one of the most important sources for understanding how the camp operated on a daily basis. Individuals who had attempted escape, whether successfully or unsuccessfully, often described the preparations they made, the routes they considered, and the challenges they encountered during their efforts. These accounts helped reveal aspects of camp life that might otherwise have remained hidden in official documents. For example, escape narratives sometimes described how prisoners observed guard routines over long periods of time, or how they identified sections of the perimeter where surveillance appeared less frequent. Such details provided insight into the interaction between prisoners and the camp's security system. Historians studying these testimonies recognized that escape attempts were not random acts but rather carefully considered decisions shaped by the environment of the camp. The planning required cooperation, patience, and a deep understanding of how the camp functioned. Even prisoners who ultimately decided not to attempt escape often participated indirectly by sharing information or assisting others in preparing their plans. In this way, escape attempts reflected the broader social dynamics within the prisoner community. They showed how individuals formed networks of trust and mutual assistance even under extremely restrictive conditions. These networks were often fragile because the risk of betrayal or accidental discovery was always present. Yet despite these dangers, cooperation between prisoners continued to emerge in different parts of the camp. The history of escape attempts also highlights the complex relationship between hope and uncertainty that shaped life inside Auschwitz. For many prisoners, the idea of escape represented one of the few possibilities for regaining control over their own fate. The camp environment limited nearly every aspect of daily life, from work assignments to living conditions. Escape, therefore, carried a symbolic meaning as well as a practical one. It represented the belief that the boundaries imposed by the camp might still be overcome. At the same time, prisoners understood that the risks were enormous. The surrounding region remained under German control, and escapees faced the possibility of being captured during their journey. Because of these dangers, escape attempts required careful judgment about when and how such an effort might succeed. Looking back across the full history of Auschwitz, the record of escape attempts offers a unique perspective on the experiences of prisoners within the camp system. It reveals how individuals observed their environment, shared information, and sometimes acted together in pursuit of freedom beyond the camp fences. These efforts did not change the overall structure of the camp during the war years, but they ensured that the history of Auschwitz would include the voices of those who refused to remain silent. Through their actions and testimonies, the story of escape attempts became part of the broader historical memory of the camp, reminding later generations that even in one of the most controlled environments of the war, prisoners continued searching for ways to reach the world beyond the barbed wire. Chapter 10, Segment 3. Memory, Testimony, and Historical Understanding. When the war in Europe finally moved toward its end, the physical structures of camps like Auschwitz began to change, but the history that had unfolded within them did not disappear. The fences, barracks, and guard towers remained as silent witnesses to the years of imprisonment that had taken place there. Among the many stories that would later emerge from survivors were the accounts of prisoners who had attempted to escape. These stories became an important part of how historians and researchers came to understand the inner life of the camp system. At the time the escapes occurred, most prisoners had no way of knowing how their actions would eventually be remembered. They acted in moments shaped by uncertainty, planning carefully and taking risks that might offer a path beyond the camp boundaries. For some individuals, the attempt succeeded, allowing them to reach the outside world and survive beyond the camp. For many others, the attempt did not succeed. Yet, even unsuccessful attempts contributed to the larger record of resistance that existed inside the camp. When survivors later described their experiences, escape attempts often appeared in their memories as moments that revealed both the dangers and the possibilities that existed within the camp environment. Historians studying these accounts began to recognize that escape attempts provided valuable insight into the structure of Auschwitz itself. The preparations required for escape forced prisoners to observe their surroundings in great detail. They watched how guards moved along the patrol roads, how long it took for patrols to pass certain sections of the fence, and how work details were organized during the day. These observations were sometimes shared quietly between prisoners, creating a body of informal knowledge about the routines that governed life inside the camp. When survivors later described these details, they helped historians reconstruct how the camp operated on a daily basis. In this way, the story of escape attempts became closely connected to the broader effort to document the history of Auschwitz. The testimonies of survivors were often recorded years after the events themselves. In interviews, memoirs, and historical investigations, former prisoners described the atmosphere of the camp, the relationships between prisoners, and the constant awareness of the fences that surrounded them. Within these narratives, escape attempts appeared not simply as isolated events, but as part of the larger experience of imprisonment. Some survivors remembered the quiet conversations that took place when prisoners discussed the possibility of escape. Others recalled the tension that spread through the barracks when rumors circulated that someone had disappeared from a work detail or had not returned during roll call. These moments formed part of the shared memory of the prisoner community. Through these recollections, historians gained a deeper understanding of how prisoners perceived the camp environment and how they responded to it. The existence of escape attempts also revealed the presence of hope within circumstances that were otherwise extremely restrictive. Even when the chances of success were small, the very act of planning an escape suggested that prisoners were still imagining a future beyond the camp. This element of hope played an important role in many survivor testimonies. Individuals often described how hearing about an attempted escape could inspire conversations among prisoners about the possibility of survival and the world outside the fences. As the decades passed and research into the history of the Holocaust expanded, the stories of escape attempts from Auschwitz continued to appear in historical studies, museum exhibits, and educational programs. Scholars examining the camp system often relied on survivor testimonies as well as archival records to understand how these attempts unfolded. By comparing different accounts, historians were able to identify patterns in how escapes were planned and carried out. For example, many escape attempts began during work assignments outside the immediate barracks area, where prisoners had slightly more freedom of movement than they did during roll call or within the barracks themselves. Other attempts relied on disguises or careful timing that allowed prisoners to move through parts of the camp without immediately attracting attention. Each account added another piece to the larger picture of how prisoners interacted with the camp's security system. Museums and memorial sites that preserve the history of Auschwitz often include references to escape attempts as part of their interpretation of the camp's past. Visitors walking through the preserved grounds today can see the fences and watchtowers that once surrounded the camp. These structures demonstrate how difficult it would have been to leave the camp without being detected. Learning about the escape attempts that nevertheless occurred helps visitors understand the determination required for such actions. It also highlights the courage of those who attempted to break through the barriers designed to contain them. In many cases, the stories of escape attempts are presented alongside survivor testimonies that describe the conditions inside the camp. Together, these narratives help create a more complete understanding of the prisoner experience. The study of escape attempts also contributes to a broader discussion about resistance during the Holocaust. Resistance did not always take the form of open rebellion or organized uprisings. In many situations, it appeared through smaller acts that challenged the control imposed by the camp system. Escape attempts were one such form of resistance. Even when they did not succeed, they demonstrated that prisoners continued searching for ways to assert their independence within an environment designed to remove it. By documenting these attempts, historians acknowledge the agency of individuals who refused to accept the limits imposed upon them. The legacy of escape attempts from Auschwitz, therefore, extends beyond the events themselves. These stories remind later generations that the history of the camp includes not only the structures created by the SS administration but also the actions of the prisoners who lived within those structures. Their efforts to escape, to share information, and to reach the outside world form part of the historical record that continues to shape our understanding of the camp today. Through careful research, survivor testimony, and ongoing education, these accounts ensure that the experiences of those prisoners remain part of the broader narrative of Auschwitz. As the sun sets over the quiet fields of southern Poland, the remains of Auschwitz stand in stillness. The watchtowers no longer hold guards. The fences no longer carry electricity. The railway lines that once brought prisoners into the camp now lie silent beneath open skies. But the history that unfolded here did not disappear with the end of the war. Among the many stories that emerged from Auschwitz are the accounts of prisoners who tried to escape. Some planned carefully for months. Others acted in moments of sudden opportunity. A few managed to reach the outside world and tell others what they had witnessed inside the camp. Most never returned. Yet each attempt tells us something important about life inside Auschwitz. It reminds us that even in a place designed for total control, individuals continued searching for a way beyond the fences. They observed, planned, cooperated, and sometimes risked everything for the chance to reach freedom or to bring news of the camp to the outside world. Today, the grounds of Auschwitz remain as a memorial and a place of remembrance. Visitors walk along the same paths where prisoners once stood during roll call, where trains arrived, and where countless lives were shaped by the camp system. The silence that fills the area now carries the weight of those histories, and remembering them remains part of understanding the past. If you value calm, complete, long-form Holocaust history told respectfully and in depth, consider subscribing to the channel. Thank you for listening.